Chapter 1569. Eye of Assassination. Yi Xian's figure disappeared in an instant. Whoosh. 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 A series of air-piercing sounds rang out from where Yi Xian was just now. If Yi Xian hadn't left, his head would have turned into a sieve. At this moment, Yi Xian arrived behind young Lord of Poisonous Spider. "Humph, I was waiting for you." Young Lord of Poisonous Spider's eyes flickered. He suddenly turned around and threw a punch. This punch was enough to kill any martial artist with an indestructible body, let alone Yi Xian, a 5th-level indestructible body realm trash. To be honest, young Lord of Poisonous Spider was also surprised by Yi Xian's strength. It was incredible that a mere 5th-level indestructible body realm martial artist could fight with him and even kill an elder of the Golden Toad sect. However, Yi Xian wasn't someone to be trifled with. He tore open the space again, and the exit was still behind young Lord of Poisonous Spider. But this time, young Lord of Poisonous Spider changed his attack method again. That ruthless punch suddenly turned into a palm and instantly covered the space crack. Although it hit his back, it also sent Yi Xian flying with true chi. Bang! Yi Xian was stunned by young Lord of Poisonous Spider's true chi. His head almost exploded. Fortunately, his skull was hard, otherwise, he would be in trouble. One had to admit that young Lord of Poisonous Spider was quite capable, but so what? When young Lord of Poisonous Spider made his move, there were already 2 figures beside him. One was Old Tree, and the other was Ghost Dome Great Emperor. Old Tree and Ghost Dome Great Emperor had been fighting within Yi Xian's perception range. With just a thought from Yi Xian, they could return to the planted space and reappear in any corner of the perception range. Young Lord of Poisonous Spider obviously didn't think of this. Whoosh whoosh. Whoosh whoosh. 2 air-piercing sounds rang out. This time, young Lord of Poisonous Spider could only take it head-on. Bang! Clang! Young Lord Poison Spider used his sturdy spider legs to block Ghost Dome Great Emperor's attack. In his opinion, Ghost Dome Great Emperor was slightly stronger than Old Tree. However, he took a heavy punch from the Old Tree. However, this was not the end. Flaming Sun Lasso. The Old Tree pulled with his left hand, and a chain of flames pierced through young Lord Poison Spider's throat. Old Tree's main body was the Burning Heaven Seal. This Burning Sun rope was the same as Wei Zhentian's Bladestorm. They were both skills, so it was also enhanced by the Feast of Slaughter. Although the Feast of Slaughter increased the power of the Flaming Sun Lasso, the Old Tree knew that it was impossible to kill the young Lord of Poisonous Spider, who had an indestructible soul. He only wanted to trap him and buy some time for Yi Xian. At this time, Yi Xian had already left quickly, putting the items in the interspatial rings into his devouring space. "Kill him!" Young Lord of Poisonous Spider shouted. The Old Tree and the Ghost Dome Great Emperor immediately rushed towards Yi Xian. However, it was too late. Ding! The host has broken through. The host is now an indestructible body level 6. Ding! The Ash's spirit has broken through. The host is now an indestructible body level 8. Ding! Wei Zhentian has broken through. The host is now an indestructible body level 8. Ding! The Ghost Dome Great Emperor has broken through. The host is now an indestructible body level 8. 4 system notifications sounded in succession. Now, Yi Xian was not afraid of the young Lord of Poisonous Spider and the rest of the people. Kill! Yi Xian's lips curled up slightly. He had broken through to the indestructible body level 6, and with the 3.5 times increase in killing power, it was enough to fight an indestructible soul realm expert. At present, the indestructible soul realm had 3 seconds left, but it was enough. Because Wei Zhentian had also broken through to the indestructible body level 8, the power of the myriad returning swords instantly soared by several times. In less than 2 seconds, the 2 indestructible soul realm experts that Wei Zhentian was holding back were swept by the Zhentian swords. There were hundreds of bloody holes all over their bodies, and there were dozens of holes in their heads. They died instantly. Ding. The host's killing intent has increased. Ding. The host's killing intent has increased. Yi Xian's killing intent soared again. When he quickly slashed out 2 slashes to erase the souls of the 2 people, he heard a muffled sound in the distance. He turned around and found that the old tree and the ghost dome Great Emperor were blown away. What's going on? Old tree and the ghost dome Great Emperor, who had broken through to the indestructible body level 8, suddenly could not defeat the young Lord of Poisonous Spider? Yi Xian looked and found that the young Lord of Poisonous Spider was holding a faith crystal in his hand. It turned out that he had used the power of faith. However, before Yi Xian could react, a phantom of a giant spider appeared behind the young Lord of Poisonous Spider. It was a white spider, which was similar to the white bone monarch spider that Yi Xian had seen before. When the phantom of the spider appeared, the other 2 indestructible soul realm experts could not help but say, "Sect leader." These 2 people, one of them was from the 1,000-legged sect, and the other was from the Snake Shadow Palace. However, the sect leader they spoke of was not from the Wind Centipede clan or the Snake Demon clan, but the Sky Spider sect Sky Spider. "My child, what happened?" The moment the white spider appeared, it immediately asked. "Father, someone made a scene at my wedding, stole the golden cat, and almost slaughtered the entire sect. Even I almost died in their hands," the young Lord of Poisonous Spider said immediately. Just now, the aura of the old tree and the ghost dome Great Emperor suddenly soared, and their strength increased, almost killing him instantly. Fortunately, he took out the life-saving item that his father gave him in a moment of desperation. Otherwise, he would have died. One had to know that he had just broken through to the indestructible soul realm and had not had time to condense a soul seed. Yi Xian had the means to destroy souls. If he was killed, he was afraid that he would die. How dare they? The Sky Spider Phantom's eyes flickered, and its gaze fell on Yi Xian and the others. Yi Xian looked at him, knowing that he would not be able to kill the young Lord of Poisonous Spider this time. However, his mission was completed, and he had broken through to the next realm. This trip was not in vain. Therefore, he made a decision. Leave. Before the Sky Spider finished speaking, Yi Xian directly entered a void door that was broken open, along with the other 3 people from the old tree. Swoosh. The void door closed, leaving behind a group of shocked people. This time, the Sky Spider sect's branch had suffered a great loss. Not only were 4/5 of their disciples and elders dead, but the experts who came to congratulate them were also almost dead, including the Golden Toad sect, the Cthulhuism Society, and the Sky Spider sect's head elders. Damn it, they actually escaped. The young Lord of Poisonous Spider could not help but curse. The experts of the Sky Spider sect's branch were not transferred from the sect, but were personally trained by him. Now that they were dead, his years of hard work would be in vain. Most importantly, he wanted to use the Golden Cat bloodline to activate the Golden Spider bloodline, but now, it was all for naught. My phantom can only save your life. I can't stop them if they want to leave. However, I will immediately send someone to investigate today's matter. Those people's strength is not something you can fight against. Chapter 1570. Although he didn't want to, young Lord Poisonous Spider knew that he couldn't beat the other party, so he could only silently agree. At this time, Yi Xian had already passed through the void gate and arrived in front of the teleportation array. He then teleported, broke through the void, and finally returned to Su Qin, Su Yu, and the others. Su Qin, Su Yu, and the others were very happy to see Yi Xian return. However, Su Qin and Su Yu's faces were filled with shock. Su Qin was the most shocked one. When they first met Yi Xian was at Undying Fleshly Body Realm 3. When he rescued Su Yu, Yi Xian broke through to Undying Fleshly Body Realm 5. Now that he returned, he actually broke through to Undying Fleshly Body Realm 6, just like her. In such a short time, he actually broke through consecutively. Was he still human? However, the most shocking thing was that Yi Xian actually rescued Su Yu and came out unscathed. You guys, hurry up and follow me. Otherwise, the Sky Spider sect will seal all the teleportation arrays. It won't be so easy to leave then. Yi Xian said directly. Since the Sky Spider sect already knew about the division, they would definitely send more powerful experts. Yi Xian wasn't afraid of this, but he was afraid that the teleportation array would be destroyed. If that happened, he would have to run if he wanted to leave the 100 Beasts territory. Yes, my lord. Su Qin nodded and directly passed through the void gate. After a few twists and turns, Yi Xian returned to the vicinity of the Sky Spider Sect's division. However, this time, he wanted to go around it. Su Qin and the others were extremely slow. Fortunately, Wei Zhentian was already at Undying Fleshly Body Realm 8, so his speed wasn't slow. In addition, the Old Tree and Ghost Dome Great Emperor also split up. If they found pursuers, Yi Xian could quickly break through the void and leave. There was a teleportation array northeast of the Sky Spider Sect's division, which could save a lot of time. Yi Xian's destination this time was there. He only hoped that the teleportation array wasn't destroyed. Otherwise, it would be a tragedy. Although he could repair the teleportation array, it would not be so easy for the Sky Spider sect to send experts to repair it. Due to Yi Xian's speed, the young Lord of Poisonous Spider probably wouldn't be able to catch up to them so quickly, so the teleportation shouldn't be a problem. However, Yi Xian was too naive. What he didn't know was that there was a transmission array in the Sky Spider Sect's branch. After receiving the order from the Sky Spider sect, the sect's experts would directly descend here. Yi Xian led Su Qin and the others for less than half an hour before they were caught up by the Sky Spider sect's experts. An Undying Soul Realm first level. Yi Xian raised an eyebrow when he felt this aura. A mere Undying Soul Realm cultivator dared to chase after him, courting death. Swish. Bang. Just as Yi Xian was about to summon Ghost Dome Great Emperor and Old Tree over, the Sky Spider sect elder with an undying soul released a signal. Soon, a large number of experts would be coming. It hadn't been long since the Sky Spider sect's branch was massacred. Yi Xian's Unicorn's Descent, Ghost Dome Great Emperor Sky Shattering Meteor Slash, and Wei Zhentian's Blade Storm were all on cooldown. Even the Undying Battle Soul, Flaming Sun Lasso, and Death's Edge couldn't be used. Therefore, Yi Xian was still considering whether to fight or not. Forget it, Unicorn's Descent and Sky Shattering Meteor Slash's cooldown are more than 90%. If I kill this person, I might be able to reach 100%. In the end, Yi Xian made his decision. Kill. Immediately, he summoned Old Shu and Ghost Dome Great Emperor and ordered them to kill their way over. This person had just heard of Yi Xian's strength, so he naturally didn't want to face them alone and quickly retreated. However, how could he be faster than Old Tree? In less than 2 seconds, this person was caught by Old Tree and held back. Then, Ghost Dome Great Emperor and Wei Zhentian also caught up. With the three of them working together, this Sky Spider sect elder with an undying soul realm was directly killed. Then, Yi Xian erased his soul. Although Yi Xian didn't know if this person had a soul seed, he was too lazy to care. He directly took the other party's universe ring and devoured the things inside. Just a little more and I'll be able to use Unicorn's Descent and Sky Shattering Meteor Slash. Yi Xian was a little disappointed. He quickly broke through the void and went to the Old Tree's route. After all, the Sky Spider sect elder had released a signal before he died. The place where the battle took place would soon be surrounded. However, not long after Yi Xian brought Su Qin and the others to Old Shu's route, they actually encountered another person who was at the first stage of the Undying Soul Realm. This was simply a gift to Yi Xian. But this time, when Yi Xian used his Eye of Revelation, he saw that the other party was holding something like a compass. Kill him. Yi Xian summoned the Old Tree trio again. Within a few rounds, the Sky Spider sect elder died at Yi Xian's hands. At this time, Yi Xian discovered that there was a similar compass in the spoils of war ring. Ah, young Lord Poison Spider seems to have left a mark in my body. They must be tracking me. Suyu suddenly reacted. Hearing this, Old Tree couldn't help but roll his eyes. Why didn't you say this earlier? Fortunately, they discovered it early. Otherwise, they would be in trouble if an expert came. I'm sorry, Senior, I forgot. Su Yu, who was covered in golden hair, lowered her head and said in shame. Seeing her like this, Yi Xian thought of Luoluo. After Luoluo transformed, she also had golden hair, fluffy ears, and a head. I don't think we can erase this mark, but it doesn't matter. I have the void gate anyway. They can't catch up no matter what. This may be a benefit for me. The corners of Yi Xian's mouth curled up slightly. If he had this mark, he could slowly harvest these sky spider sect elders who took the initiative to come to him. Wouldn't that be great? At this moment, the cooldowns of Unicorn's Descent and sky-shattering meteor slash were over, so Yi Xian didn't have to worry anymore. Let's continue. Yi Xian shouted and opened 2 void gates. Then, Old Tree and Ghost Dome Great Emperor went in separately. As for Wei Zhentian, his body expanded again. He then put Su Qin and the others into his stomach and continued on with Yi Xian. Su Yu had a mark left by young Lord Poison Spider in her body. Because young Lord Poison Spider was at the Undying Soul Realm, Yi Xian couldn't erase this mark. However, this didn't matter. Next, Yi Xian encountered another Sky Spider sect elder with an Undying Soul Realm. Of course, this person was also dealt with by him. After that, they didn't encounter anyone else. Half a day later, Yi Xian successfully arrived at the teleportation array. However, what made Yi Xian helpless was that there were already people loitering outside the teleportation array. 3 Undying Soul Realm First Layer, and 1 Undying Soul Realm Second Layer. Chapter 1571. This middle-aged man was the one that Yi Xian had identified as a second-degree Undying Soul Realm expert. He was currently at the 6th-degree Undying Soul Realm, while the Old Tree, Ghost Dome Emperor, and Wei Zhentian were at the 8th-degree Undying Soul Realm. It shouldn't be a problem for them to deal with a 2nd-degree Undying Soul Realm expert. He just didn't know if the teleportation array was destroyed. No matter what, he had to kill these 4 first. Go! After placing Su Yu and the others nearby, Yi Xian quickly charged over. Of course, if possible, Yi Xian didn't want to fight with these 4 people. If he wanted to fight, he had to end it quickly. The Old Tree took the lead and directly exposed his aura to let the other party know. You're going to the 100 Beasts region as expected. Good timing. The 2nd-degree Undying Soul Realm expert was the first to discover the Old Tree. After a low shout, he directly charged over. The Old Tree saw them and quickly turned to leave. This was Yi Xian's plan to lure the enemy away. Yi Xian, on the other hand, concealed his aura and then rushed over to see if the teleportation array was usable. However, when he entered the teleportation palace, his expression darkened. F***CK, the teleportation array was indeed destroyed. Ding! The teleportation array is 60% damaged. It will take 1 day to repair. Begin repair? The system prompted. Yi Xian didn't care whether he was going to use the teleportation array or not. In any case, it wouldn't cost a super devouring crystal to repair the teleportation array. He would repair it first. Ding! The teleportation array is beginning repair. Just as the system notification rang out, a hearty laugh rang out from outside. I knew you were going to use the teleportation array, so I destroyed it. Ha ha ha. This voice belonged to the 2nd-degree Undying Soul Realm middle-aged man. Unfortunately, he didn't know that Yi Xian could repair the teleportation array. Since you want to die so quickly, I'll fulfill your wish. Yi Xian's eyes flashed as he directly attacked. The Death Pursuit Order, Undying Soul Realm, Flaming Sun Rope, and other skills couldn't be used. However, the Sky-Shattering Meteor Slash and Unicorn's Descent could be used. However, it would take 1 day to repair the teleportation array, so Yi Xian naturally wouldn't use these 2 skills. 3 1st-degree Undying Soul Realm experts and 1 2nd-degree Undying Soul Realm expert were indeed troublesome for Yi Xian. The Sky Spider sect elder who was at the second stage of the Undying Soul Realm was handed over to the Ghost Dome Great Emperor. As for the remaining three, Yi Xian, Elder Shu, and Wei Jintian each took one, making it a 4 versus 4 battle. Brat, you're actually only at the 6th layer of the undying fleshly body. Indestructible Soul Realm experts. Of them was just a few juniors with undying Soul Realm bodies. Not only did they cause a ruckus in the Sky Spider sect, they even killed several experts with undying Soul Realm experts. This wasn't something an ordinary person could do. Therefore, the Sky Spider sect master guessed that Yi Xian and the others were elites sent by the 100 Beasts realm. TCH, so what if I'm 4 levels lower than you? Yi Xian was full of disdain. He raised his hand and sent out wave after wave of void flame sword ripples. Then I'd like to see what right you have to spout nonsense in front of me. The old man roared angrily. The clothes on his back were torn apart. 8 sharp spider legs pierced towards Yi Xian. The demon spider clan was good at one-on-one combat. However, Yi Xian wasn't afraid of the 8 spider legs at all. Clang! 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 But it had to be said that the 8 spider legs were very difficult to deal with. Yi Xian's attacks couldn't do anything to the old man. If Yi Xian had the Feast of Slaughters buff, or if he had broken through to the Undying Soul Realm, the old man wouldn't be able to last more than 10 moves against Yi Xian. Unfortunately, he was only at the Undying Soul Realm. On the other side, Old Tree and Wei Jintian were fighting one-on-one. The former had the upper hand, while the latter was evenly matched. The Ghost Dome Great Emperor's side was also evenly matched. At present, they seemed to have the upper hand. However, the battle couldn't last too long. Su Yu and the others didn't have bodyguards. If they were caught, all their previous efforts would be in vain. Therefore, Yi Xian was wondering if he should use Unicorn's Descent or Sky-Shattering Meteor Slash. Let's keep them for now. My Eye of Revelation can see Su Yu's situation. There's no hurry. After some thought, Yi Xian decided not to use his 2 trump cards for the time being. Since that was the case, he had to rely on his skills to win. If he wanted to win this battle quickly, he had to first reduce the opponent's numbers. At present, he, Wei Jintian, and Ghost Dome Great Emperor were almost done fighting. Only Old Tree had the upper hand. Therefore, Yi Xian's plan was to let Old Tree come over first and finish off his opponent. Since the Death Hunt command couldn't be used, he could only use the Eye of the Void and the Eye of Space. Thinking of this, Yi Xian deliberately pulled away from Old Tree. This old man from the Sky Spider sect took advantage of the situation to chase after him. When Yi Xian was some distance away from Old Tree, but the Old Tree just happened to be within his sensing range, Yi Xian's eyes suddenly flashed. In an instant, he put the Old Tree into his planting space. What? Old Tree's opponent was shocked because the Old Tree disappeared right in front of his eyes. However, when he glanced around, he realized that Old Tree had crossed a large distance and was now opposite Yi Xian. At this moment, Yi Xian's opponent was already surrounded by Yi Xian and Old Tree. Old Tree's sudden appearance had caught him off guard. Bam! A flaming fist landed on the old man's back and broke 3 of his spider legs. These spider legs were a part of the old man's body. It wouldn't be easy to recover them. Eye of Space. While Old Tree was attacking, Yi Xian also raised his sword. This time, he used the Eye of Space. The void flame sword ripple swept into the spatial rift and attacked the old man from his right. Bam! This old man's physique was quite strong. His head didn't explode after taking the void flame sword ripple. Although he didn't kill his opponent instantly, with the addition of Old Tree, the situation changed to 2 against 1. Seeing this, Old Tree's opponent immediately charged toward Yi Xian, but it would take at least 2 seconds. 2 seconds later, Yi Xian's opponent was severely injured. Then, Yi Xian pulled away from his opponent and used the same tactic. However, this time, his opponent was very smart and joined forces with his partner. An old monster who has lived for thousands of years isn't that stupid. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. At this moment, the old man took out an item. It was the sky spider sex signal flare. You're too naive. Yi Xian's eyes flashed and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. This time, this old man must die. Chapter 1572. Grip of the Underworld. A powerful tearing force wrapped around the heavily injured old man. What? The old man was shocked. He didn't understand where this energy came from. Before he could react, his body involuntarily flew toward the Ghost Dome Great Emperor. Not good. The old man's expression changed, but it was too late. The old tree had already arrived between him and the Ghost Dome Great Emperor with a remnant flame and punched out. Bang! The sky spider sex elder's head finally exploded. His soul left his body and was killed by Yi Xian's nihility flame sword wave. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. Finally, someone fell. If it was not for the tense situation, Yi Xian would not have let the Ghost Dome Great Emperor use the grip of the underworld. After all, it would consume a little of the Elegy of Souls buff. However, with the old man's death, things became simple. Yi Xian and the old tree worked together again to kill the old tree's opponent. Not only that, the old man who died just now also increased the strength of Yi Xian and the others, making them more skillful. This is not good. The expression of the second layer Undying Soul Realm middle-aged man sank. He thought that it would be enough to deal with Yi Xian and the others. He did not expect that one of his men would die first. It seemed that he had to retreat first. Trying to escape. Yi Xian scanned with his eye of revelation and saw that the middle-aged man was trying to escape. He smiled faintly. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the Ghost Dome Great Emperor extended his hand and used the grip of the underworld again. The expression of the old tree's opponent changed drastically. His body was pulled towards the Ghost Dome Great Emperor. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yi Xian and the old tree attacked together. Bang! Bang! Two muffled sounds rang out as the man's head exploded. Seeing this, Wei Zhentian's opponent lost his will to fight. If it was only death, he was not afraid because he still had a soul seed in the main sect. However, when he thought about how a soul seed would require a large amount of heavenly treasures and might need 1,000 years to revive, he was terrified. The loss outweighed the gain. Unfortunately, Yi Xian did not plan to let any of them go. He ordered the Ghost Dome Great Emperor to catch up to the middle-aged man while he joined forces with the old tree and Wei Zhentian to attack the third man. Besieged by the three of them, this person was defeated in 10 rounds and then killed. At this time, Yi Xian had already obtained 3 universe rings. Although there weren't many things inside, it still increased his and Old Shu's strength by a lot. Yi Xian said to Old Shu and Wei Zhentian. With Old Shu, Ghost Dome Great Emperor, and Wei Zhentian joining forces, he wouldn't be able to hold them off for long. Damn it! The middle-aged man's face darkened as he looked for a chance to escape. Unfortunately, Old Tree and the other two's encirclement was impenetrable. He could not escape at all. Just you wait. The sect master will avenge me. The middle-aged man shouted. He had spent a lot of time to form a soul seed. Even if he died today and his soul was destroyed, the soul seed would start to grow and revive. Yi Xian sneered. What sky spider? He was just a person who expanded his followers and used them to cultivate. He wanted to be a god. What a joke. If he was given more time, he could explore the entire 5 poison territory. Sky Spider Sect, Snake Shadow Palace, Cthulhuism Society, they would all be destroyed. The middle-aged man only lasted for a while. Soon, he was no match for the three's attack and was killed. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. When the system notification sounded, Yi Xian quickly rushed over and took the ring. Sure enough, people with soul seeds would not carry everything with them because they could be resurrected. However, it did not matter. After all, it could increase the strength of Yi Xian and the others by a lot. Now, the guards of the teleportation array were all dead. However, the teleportation array was destroyed by them in advance. Therefore, it would take a day to repair it. Stay in the teleportation palace. Old Tree, Ghost Dome Great Emperor, Wei Zhentian, the three of you go outside and be on guard. Yi Xian said to the three. With the special positioning of the void, if Yi Xian discovered anything, he could instantly break through the void and bring them over. Then, he would break through the void and leave. Unless the expert that came exceeded his expectations, there would generally be no problem. However, Suyu had a mark left behind by young Lord of Poisonous Spider. If they stayed still for a day, it was impossible that no one would come. Did you find anything? After half a day, Yi Xian sent a voice transmission to the three across the void. No, there's nothing. Old Tree and the other two replied in the same way. However, Yi Xian felt that something was amiss. He left the teleportation palace and felt for a moment. He found that the ground was shaking slightly. Not good. Yi Xian immediately reacted. Snake Shadow Palace Hall, Golden Toad Sect, Sky Spider Sect, Cthulhuism Society, and Thousand Foot Sect were known as the Five Poison Sect. Among them, Thousand Foot Sect was proficient in traveling underground. The enemy was below. Come back. Yi Xian broke open 3 void doors consecutively and brought Wei Zhentian and Ghost Dome Great Emperor back. Then, he led Su Yu and the others into the 3rd void door and arrived beside Old Tree. Huff huff. After they were safe, Yi Xian could not help but heave a sigh of relief. This was because a large number of Thousand Foot Sect experts were probably hiding under the teleportation palace just now. When they came out, it would be very troublesome. After all, Su Yu and the others were still there. Fortunately, he had the eye of perception, killer instinct, and spiritual awareness. He found some clues. At this moment, beside the teleportation palace just now. Pft. 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 More than 10 figures broke out of the ground. These people were all experts of Thousand Foot Sect. There was even an Undying Soul Realm expert. Damn it, I originally wanted to wait for Elder Lien to arrive before making a move. I didn't expect them to escape. The Undying Soul Realm expert of Thousand Foot Sect shouted in a low voice. He already knew that an Undying Soul Realm expert of Sky Spider Sect had fallen, so he did not dare to be careless. He wanted to wait for another Undying Soul Realm expert to arrive before making a move. He did not expect that it would be too late. Fortunately, he did not find any problems with the teleportation array. They must still be nearby. Search. The Thousand Foot Sect expert shouted in a low voice and dug into the ground again. However, what he did not know was that Yi Xian was already hiding in a place a few days away. This 5 Poison Divine Sect is really relentless. Forget it, I will go back and take a look after half a day. Chapter 1573. At this moment, Yi Xian could only hope that the other party did not discover the problem with the teleportation array. That way, he could return to the teleportation palace in half a day and teleport directly. Very quickly, another half a day passed. Ding! The teleportation array has been repaired. A system notification rang in Yi Xian's mind. It seemed that the other party did not discover the problem with the teleportation array. Or perhaps they had discovered it but did not destroy it. Instead, they were preparing to ambush there. Old Tree, go back and see if there's an ambush. Yi Xian opened a void door and asked Old Tree to check it out first. Old Tree had the seal of Burning Heaven, which was immortal and indestructible. Together with residual flame, it was most suitable for scouting. He returned to the teleportation palace and checked the surroundings. However, he did not discover anything. Young master, I'll teleport over to take a look first. Old Tree said to Yi Xian and activated the teleportation array. A few seconds later, he successfully landed. Then, he checked the surroundings again and did not discover anything strange. It seems that the 5 Poison Sect did not discover that the teleportation array is repairing itself. Alright, let's go. Yi Xian was slightly relieved. He then led Su Yu and the others through the void door and teleported again. Whoosh! The teleportation array rose. A few seconds later, the group successfully teleported. However, after landing, Yi Xian realized that something was wrong. According to the map, this should be a two-way teleportation array. Why was there no teleportation array here? Could it be that the teleportation array was altered? No, that's impossible. I came here as soon as the teleportation array was repaired. It can't be altered. This means that the teleportation array below us has been destroyed. Yi Xian immediately reacted. This was because this was also a teleportation palace, not a foothold. Yi Xian's expression changed drastically. He might have fallen into the enemy's trap. There might be a large number of ambushes in the surroundings. Old Tree only searched nearby. Let's go. We'll split up. Yi Xian's eyes flickered. He asked the Old Tree and Ghost Dome Great Emperor to leave separately while he stayed with Wei Zhentian. Although he had fallen into an ambush, so what? This time, he might be able to use this opportunity to break through. Who is the prey? The corners of Yi Xian's mouth slightly curled up as he brought Wei Zhentian to the north. As expected, not long after they left, the Old Tree ran into two experts from the Sky Spider sect. One of them was an undying second-layer expert. It seemed that they had indeed fallen into an ambush. Surrender and hand over the golden cat, and we'll leave you with an intact corpse. The second-layer Undying Soul Realm Sky Spider sect elder said to the Old Tree. Old Shu sent a sound transmission to Yi Xian without missing a single word, then said, "With just the two of you? Since you've already teleported here, you should know that this is a trap. Now that the teleportation array is destroyed, the sect master has sent more people to surround this place. Even if you have the Eye of Space, you won't be able to escape today." The second-layer Undying Soul Realm Sky Spider sect elder said. "Then let's try," Old Tree said in a low voice. In the next moment, a void door opened beside him. Yi Xian led Ghost Dome Great Emperor and Wei Zhentian to it. Next, he would have to fight with Su Yu and the others. Hence, this battle had to be ended quickly. Otherwise, it would be difficult to deal with them when the enemy's reinforcements arrived. Kill. In order to save time, Yi Xian did not waste any time. He immediately gave the order to Old Tree and the other two. Today was different from the past. His undying battle soul and other skills were off cooldown. It would not take too much time to deal with these two people. In an instant, Old Tree appeared behind the first-layer Undying Soul Realm Sky Spider sect elder and launched an attack. In addition, Yi Xian also used the Eye of Space and prepared to kill one of them. However, this person was standing together with the second-layer Undying Soul Realm elder. The latter immediately reacted and neutralized Old Tree's and Yi Xian's attacks. This time, Yi Xian would not hold back. Grip of the Underworld. The Ghost Dome Great Emperor extended his hand and made a grabbing motion. His target was the second-layer Undying Soul Realm elder. At the same time, Old Tree, Wei Zhentian, and Yi Xian instantly changed their target. They would deal with the stronger one first. Too naive. 8 Spider Spears. The eyes of the second-layer Undying Soul Realm Sky Spider sect elder turned cold. The 8 spider legs behind him pierced through Ghost Dome Great Emperor's hard armor and stabilized his body. Then, the 8 spider legs suddenly turned in the air and swept towards Yi Xian. Yi Xian was protecting Su Yu and the others, so he could not join the battle. This time, he was prepared to pay a heavy price. Death's Gaze. At this time, Ghost Dome Great Emperor suddenly used up 5% of the Elegy of Souls buff and focused his gaze on the second-layer Undying Soul Realm Elder. This move had become very powerful after Ghost Dome Great Emperor's mutation. This was the first time he used it. The consumption of 5% buff was not small, but after seeing the power, Yi Xian knew that it was worth it. At this time, the 8 spider legs had stopped moving and turned into ashes, dissipating into the air. The second-layer Undying Soul Realm Sky Spider sect elder died in an instant. His soul left his body and was killed by Yi Xian's nihility flame sword ripple. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. His killing intent skyrocketed, but the buff from the Elegy of Souls did not make up for it much. The other first layer Undying Soul Realm Sky Spider Sect Elder was stunned. What kind of skill was this? How could it kill a second layer Undying Soul Realm expert? At this moment, he had a feeling that he was the one with the Undying Body Realm, while Yi Xian and the others were all at the Undying Soul Realm. After the second layer Undying Soul Realm Sky Spider Sect Elder died, the old tree, Ghost Dome Great Emperor, and Wei Zhentian turned around and attacked him. Yi Xian quickly swept over and collected the yin and yang ring. There are a lot of things, but I'm still missing a little. Yi Xian's eyes lit up. He devoured everything inside to increase the strength of the four of them. As long as they could break through again, this encirclement would no longer work on them. At that time, they would kill whoever came. In less than a second, the other Sky Spider Sect Elder died, and the yin and yang ring fell into Yi Xian's hands. Just a little more, just a little more. Yi Xian was slightly helpless, but it did not matter because he saw a few more figures coming from afar. One of them was the young Lord of Poisonous Spider, whom he had met once before. What a coincidence. Other than the young Lord of Poisonous Spider, there are 2 second-layer Undying Soul Realm experts and 2 first-layer Undying Soul Realm experts. With the Eye of Revelation, Yi Xian could roughly guess the strength of the newcomers. He did not expect the young Lord of Poisonous Spider to be nearby. This was going to be fun. Chapter 1574. The corners of Yi Xian's mouth couldn't help but slightly curl up. If he didn't, then the young Lord of Poison Spider would probably have died today. Soon, the young Lord of the Poisonous Spider arrived with 4 bodyguards. The 2 Second Heaven Undying Soul Realm experts were not from the Sky Spider sect. One was from the Cthulhuism Society and the other was from the Thousand-Legged sect. Everyone in the 5 Poison Divine sect was proficient in using poison. The 8th Spider Spear that pierced through the Ghost Dome Great Emperor's armor was also coated in poison. If an ordinary person was hit by it, their soul would have been destroyed. Fortunately, the Ghost Dome Great Emperor had the immortal Phoenix bloodline in his body, so he was fine. Brat, you actually dare to disturb me on my wedding day? Do you think your life is too long? The young Lord of the Poisonous Spider glanced at Yi Xian before finally looking at Suyu, who was behind him. Why would I? I haven't lived long enough. Yi Xian smiled indifferently. He was only in his 20s, how could he have lived long enough? What a joke. Since that's the case, then take the initiative to hand him over. That way, perhaps I'll let you live. The young Lord of Poison Spider's expression of, I'm the best, made Yi Xian feel a bit unhappy. If he lived, he would be forced to worship the Sky Spider. What kind of joke was this? If you want me to submit to you, it depends on your strength. Go. Yi Xian didn't waste any more time and gave the order. When the voice sounded, Old Shu and the other 2 had already rushed out. Since you want to die, I'll send you on your way. Young Lord of Poisonous Spider's expression changed instantly. Immediately, the 4 people behind him went forward. Old Tree, Ghost Dome Great Emperor, and Wei Zhentian were 3 people, while the enemy was 5. 2 of them were Second Heaven Undying Soul Realm experts. This battle was very tricky. However, as long as they could reduce the enemy's numbers, this battle would be easy. Almost instantly, Old Tree's trio and young Lord of Poisonous Spider's 4 bodyguards exchanged blows. As for Yi Xian, he stood guard near the cat tribe and looked at young Lord of Poisonous Spider. In the latter's eyes, Yi Xian was definitely going to die this time. There was no chance for him to survive because the Sky Spider sect had sent out an Undying Soul 3rd layer expert, who would arrive very soon. Although Yi Xian did not know about this, it did not matter. There was always a trade-off. This time, he was prepared to bleed again. After Old Tree's trio received Yi Xian's telepathic message, they immediately locked their gazes on one person. This person was an elder of the Cthulhuism Society. Compared to the other elder of the 1,000 Feet sect, he should be easier to deal with. Residual flame. Originally, Old Tree and the other two had their own opponents, but now, they suddenly changed targets, flashing to the back of this Cthulhuism Society elder and punching him viciously. Bang! This person couldn't react in time and was hit by the punch, but his injuries weren't too serious. Then came Wei Zhentian's powerful dragon tail attack and Ghost Dome Great Emperor's sword slash. This time, the other party wasn't able to block all of the attacks. He only managed to block Ghost Dome Great Emperor's giant sword slash before he was sent flying by Wei Zhentian's dragon tail. Ghost Dome Great Emperor took advantage of this opportunity to use his ultimate move again. Death Gaze. Every time he used this move, it would consume 5% of his amplification. This made Yi Xian feel very pained. In an instant, Yi Xian's and the other three's amplification dropped from 45% to 40%. However, the Cthulhuism Society expert did not have any protective chi on him. After being hit by Ghost Dome Great Emperor's move, his head instantly turned into ashes. Yi Xian did not care about the other party's soul. He directly broke through the void and took the other party's yin and yang ring. Then, a sinister smile appeared on his face. The show was finally about to begin. Ding! Host has a breakthrough. Host is currently at level 7 Undying Physical Body Realm. Ding! Ash Spirit has a breakthrough. Host is currently at level 9 Undying Physical Body Realm. Ding! Wei Zhentian has a breakthrough. Host is currently at level 9 Undying Physical Body Realm. Ding! Ghost Dome Great Emperor has a breakthrough. Host is currently at level 9 Undying Physical Body Realm. Four consecutive system notifications sounded, which made everyone's aura soar. What? Young Lord of Poisonous Spider and the other three were shocked. Not only did they kill a level 2 Undying Soul Realm expert, but they also broke through in an instant. Could it be that they relied on slaughter to cultivate? Before they could react, Old Tree and the other two elders attacked directly. In the blink of an eye, the other two elders of level 1 Undying Soul Realm were also killed in an instant. This sudden turn of events caught the young Lord of the Poisonous Spider off guard. Other people would have to spend hundreds, thousands, or even thousands of years to level up, but Yi Xian and the others actually broke through in just a few days. Was this the reincarnation of an immortal? Go! Young Lord of Poisonous Spider finally understood what kind of mission he had provoked. His expression changed immediately, and he quickly retreated. Want to leave? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows and directly used the Death Hunt command to mark young Lord of Poisonous Spider, followed by the Eye of Assassination. Long before this battle, he had activated the Killing Feast. Now that he had killed 3 people, although the buff did not double, it was at least 90%. Thinking back to that day, Yi Xian, who had a level 5 Undying Physical Body Realm, was able to contend with young Lord of Poisonous Spider with the Killing Feast's 3 times buff. Now that Yi Xian was at level 7 Undying Physical Body Realm, coupled with the Killing Feast's buff, he was at least 4 or 5 times stronger than that day, right? Whoosh! In an instant, Yi Xian crossed a large distance and flashed behind young Lord of Poisonous Spider. This distance was already outside the range of Ghost Dome Great Emperor's grip of the underworld. Not good. Young Lord of Poisonous Spider's face was ashen. His brain reacted, but his body did not. Rip! A crisp sound rang out, followed by a wave of pain that was transmitted to young Lord of Poisonous Spider's brain. Young Lord of Poisonous Spider's neck was directly cut off by the Nihility Flame Sword Wave. The reason why Yi Xian did not directly attack young Lord of Poisonous Spider's head was because he was afraid of accidents. Because the Undying Realm expert's weak point was the brain, the head was always harder than the neck. What if he could not kill young Lord of Poisonous Spider and let him take out the Faith Crystal? Now, Yi Xian was not afraid. At this moment, young Lord of Poisonous Spider's head was separated from his body, and the interspatial ring fell into Yi Xian's hands. Young Lord? The other expert of the 1,000-foot sect saw this and was completely dumbfounded. How did an encirclement suddenly turn into this situation? The script was not right. In the next moment, the 1,000-foot sect expert with a level 2 Undying Soul realm saw young Lord of Poisonous Spider's head explode. His head exploded, and his soul left his body. Yi Xian's lips curled up slightly, and he slashed with his sword. Whether young Lord of Poisonous Spider had condensed a soul seed or not, he had to die today. Stop! The 1,000-foot sect expert shouted, but unfortunately, Yi Xian had already made his move. Bang! Young Lord of Poisonous Spider's soul was hit and instantly dissipated between heaven and earth. Next, it was the 1,000-foot sect expert's turn. Chapter 1575. You killed young Lord Poison Spider, Sky Spider won't let you go. The 1,000-feet sect expert didn't forget to threaten. If I was afraid of Sky Spider, I wouldn't have done it. You're just a few people with high realms. Calling yourselves gods, how shameless. Yi Xian snorted and joined the battle. In less than 3 rounds, the 1,000-feet sect expert fell and the universe ring fell into Yi Xian's hands. Needless to say, young Lord Poison Spider, as the leader of Sky Spider Sect's branch, had a lot of benefits. Yi Xian had just broken through and was already at the mid-stage of the 7th stage of the Undying Realm. It seemed that young Lord Poison Spider hadn't condensed a soul seed. Now that he was dead, he couldn't be resurrected. What would Sky Spider's expression be when he found out that his most talented son had fallen? We're not far from the 100 Beast territory. We'll be there in 3 days. Let's go. Yi Xian didn't say a word and left with Su Yu and the others. Now that the young Lord of the Poison Spider was dead, the Sky Spider might personally make a move. In Yi Xian's estimation, the sect leader of the Sky Spider sect was probably an expert at the 4th or 5th stage of the Undying Soul realm. If the other party caught up, Yi Xian couldn't beat him now. It was better to leave first. There were indeed people chasing after them, but they were all Undying Realm 1st and 2nd stage experts. Yi Xian didn't see any 3rd stage experts. Soon, 2.5 days passed. In fact, they were already in the 100 Beast territory, but that was in the past. This place was swept by the 5 Poison territory some time ago, so it was considered their territory. Finally, just as Yi Xian was about to leave the 5 Poison territory and step into the 100 Beast territory, a powerful aura quickly approached. Undying Soul, 3rd stage. Finally, someone interesting came. Unfortunately, I'm about to step into the 100 Beast territory. You can't catch up. Yi Xian shook his head helplessly. Since this was the last gift from the 5 Poison sect, he naturally had to accept it. Bastard, you even dared to kill the young Lord of the Poisonous Spider. Today, I will chop off your head and bring it back to the Sky Spider sect. The 3rd stage Undying Soul realm expert bellowed and immediately attacked. Seeing this, Yi Xian did not waste any more words. He immediately joined forces with Old Tree and the others to meet them. If Yi Xian wanted to end this battle quickly, he would have to use his trump card. Residual Flame. The Old Tree swiftly flew over and exchanged blows with the other party. Then, it was the Ghost Dome Great Emperor and Wei Zhentian. As for Yi Xian, he directly tore through space and approached Yi Xian after finding an opportunity. Unicorn has descended. This 3rd level Undying Soul realm expert was instantly trampled by Unicorn's hoof and then submerged into the ground. You looked so awesome when you first appeared. How did you end up like this? I thought you were very powerful, but it turns out that you only have a glib tongue. Why don't you rise with the wind and soar up 90,000 miles? When Yi Xian saw his miserable state, he couldn't help but ridicule him. As for the meaning of soar up 90,000 miles, it meant, why don't you go to the heavens? Before the other party could vomit blood, the Old Tree and the Ghost Dome Great Emperor followed up and instantly crushed the other party's head. The second unicorn's descent was wasted. In fact, this battle did not require Unicorn's descent, but Yi Xian was purely celebrating. This 3rd level Undying Soul realm expert died very miserably. Even his soul was obliterated by Yi Xian. This person should also have a soul seed, so there weren't many things in the ring. But it was better than nothing. Let's go. After Yi Xian finished devouring the things in the ring, he directly brought Su Yu and the others into the 100 Beasts territory. During this period of time, Su Qin, Su Yu, and the others had already prostrated themselves in admiration of Yi Xian. When they first met Yi Xian was only at the 3rd level of the Undying Body realm. But now, he had broken through to the 7th level of the Undying Body realm. Some people couldn't do it even if they were given 10,000 years. But Yi Xian seemed to have spent less than 10 days. The difference between the two was hundreds of thousands of times. Su Qin and Su Yu were full of admiration for Yi Xian, and so were the others. They were actually younger in the tribe because they often went into seclusion for 100 years or even 1,000 years. This group of people was equivalent to humans in their teens or 20s. If it weren't for the fact that Yi Xian looked very cold, they would definitely circle around Yi Xian. It was even possible that all of them would marry Yi Xian. However, a strong person like Yi Xian who might even reach the threshold of the ascension state in the future never lacked women. Now that Yi Xian had successfully escorted Su Yu and the others to the 100 Beasts territory, he immediately glanced at the mission. The first part of the chain random mission was to save Su Qin and the others, the second part was to save Su Yu, and the third part was to send them to the 100 Beasts territory. Now that they had arrived at the 100 Beasts territory, why hadn't the mission been completed yet? At this time, Yi Xian suddenly noticed that the third part of the mission had changed. A specific location had appeared, the City of Beasts. It seemed that he had to send Su Yu and the others to the City of Beasts. This is my first time in the 100 Beasts territory. I don't have a map of the 100 Beasts territory. Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. He didn't know where the City of Beasts was. It seemed that he had to find a place to get it. Suddenly, he thought of something. Su Yu and the others were from the 100 Beasts territory, right? Who has a map of the 100 Beasts territory? Yi Xian turned and asked. My lord, I have one here. Su Qin took out a map and handed it to Yi Xian. Yi Xian immediately copied it and looked at it. If everything went well, they would be able to reach the City of Beasts after a few teleportations. However, the 100 Beasts territory was the same as the 5 Poison territory. It was a place of faith. Yi Xian's human identity might be like the 5 Poison territory here, like a rat crossing the street. Where is the City of Beasts? Yi Xian pointed at a city on the map and asked. The City of Beasts is the center of the 100 Beasts territory. There are 5 city lords there, the patriarchs of the cat, fox, leopard, bear, and ox clans, Su Qin replied. After hearing this, Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and asked again, so you mean that Ancestor Fox is there too? Yes, Ancestor Fox is a city lord of the City of Beasts, but I heard that she went missing with the Leopard Emperor. Rumor has it that they were plotted against and have fallen. After Su Qin finished speaking, Yi Xian couldn't help but tremble. He asked in horror, what did you say? Ancestor Fox might have fallen? He came to the 100 Beasts territory to find Ancestor Fox, to see if the ancestor of the Fox clan in the Glazed Light Holy Land had the ability to suppress Luoluo's heavenly loathing fox bloodline. During this time, Luoluo had actually broken through to the imperishable realm, but she still couldn't suppress the heavenly loathing fox bloodline. Now, Su Qin said that Ancestor Fox might have fallen. Wasn't that a tragedy? Chapter 1576. After Su Qin's reminder, Yi Xian suddenly realized something. Fox ancestor was an undying soul realm powerhouse. She might have condensed a soul seed. If she dies, as long as she has a soul seed, she can be resurrected again. But there's another problem. Let's not talk about whether there is a soul seed or not. Even if there is, resurrection will take time. Luoluo can't wait for her to be resurrected. Yi Xian frowned. It seems that his luck wasn't very good this time. Luoluo might directly reincarnate. However, as long as Luoluo reincarnates, then Yi Xian will have 18 years. Give Yi Xian 18 years and he will definitely grow stronger than the heavens. At that time, he won't be able to suppress Luoluo's bloodline. Next, I will send you to the City of 100 Beasts. When the cat ancestor sees the golden cat bloodline, she will definitely nurture it. After Yi Xian finished speaking to Suyu, he continued to lead them north. The city of 100 Beasts was at the center of the 100 Beasts territory. They still had to travel for a while. This random chain mission was the most troublesome one that Yi Xian had ever received. However, the reward will definitely be very rich. Thinking of this, Yi Xian couldn't help but quicken his pace. There was a teleportation array nearby, but because it was close to the edge of the 5 poison territory, he didn't know if it was destroyed. Along the way, because he was hiding in Wei Zhentian's stomach, coupled with the aura of the old tree and ghost dome Great Emperor, no one came to find him. One day later, Yi Xian arrived at the teleportation array. "We're finally here, let's go." After Yi Xian finished speaking, he entered the teleportation palace and prepared to be teleported. But at this moment, the teleportation array in the teleportation palace suddenly started operating. Before Yi Xian could use it, the teleportation array started operating automatically. This meant that someone was teleporting over. Hua! The teleportation array stopped, and soon after, 3 figures entered Yi Xian's eyes. After seeing these 3 people, Yi Xian's expression couldn't help but freeze. Because these 3 people were actually Undying Soul Realm experts. How was that possible? In such a remote area, how could a 3rd stage Undying Soul Realm expert appear? Furthermore, there were 3 of them at once. Could it be that he wanted to enter the 5 poison realm and find trouble with the 5 poison divine sect? Yi Xian did not understand either, but it would be fine as long as he was careful. The 3 of them were members of the Cat clan. When they landed, they also saw Yi Xian and the others. Body Indestructible 7th stage, Body Indestructible 9th stage, Body Indestructible 9th stage, Body Indestructible 9th stage. In an instant, the auras of Yi Xian and the others were captured by the other party. They were only at the indestructible level, so the 3 of them didn't take Yi Xian's group seriously. However, when they expanded their spiritual senses, they discovered Su Yu and the others hiding within Wei Zhentian's body. This aura, suddenly, the leader of the Cat clan trembled and exclaimed in shock, "Golden Cat bloodline?" Yi Xian was about to make way for the 3 of them, but when he heard this, his body suddenly trembled. He was discovered. However, the 3 of them were Cat clan experts and should be from the city of 100 Beasts. Immediately, Yi Xian asked Megatron to open its mouth and release Su Yu and the others. "It is indeed the Golden Cat bloodline. Greetings, Your Highness." When the leader saw Su Yu, he immediately knelt on one knee, and so did the other 2 behind him. Seeing this, Yi Xian immediately reacted. Just as he thought, the 3 of them should have gotten the news and wanted to enter the 5 poison realm to find Su Yu. However, the transmission of this news was a little too slow. "You are," Su Yu said in shock. However, she knew that the highness they were talking about was her because she had the Golden Cat bloodline. "We were ordered by the cat ancestor to go to the 5 poison realm to find your highness, but we didn't expect your highness to appear here," the leader said. "I was originally captured by young Lord Poison Spider of the Sky Spider sect, but was rescued by these lords." After Su Yu finished speaking, she turned to look at Yi Xian. "They?" The leader couldn't believe it. After all, the 3 of them were only in the undead physical body realm. How could they rescue Su Yu from the Sky Spider sect? In any case, the Golden Cat bloodline wouldn't be a problem, and Yi Xian and the other 2 didn't seem to be a threat to them, so the leader didn't care. "Your Highness, return to the city of 100 Beasts with us," the leader said. Next, Yi Xian followed the 3 Cat clan experts at the 3rd level of the Undying Soul realm and directly teleported. After arriving at the teleportation point, the leader said, "There is a secret teleportation array around here that is specially used by our Cat clan. We can directly reach the city of 100 Beasts from here." Hearing this, Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. This was great, it could save a lot of time. However, this kind of teleportation array that directly teleported to the city of 100 Beasts generally had a realm restriction. Yi Xian estimated that it could only teleport a undead soul realm expert at most. About half a day later, they teleported to the city of 100 Beasts. "Have we arrived?" Yi Xian squinted his eyes. As soon as they arrived, he sensed a powerful aura. The city of 100 Beasts, the heart of the 100 Beasts region, was indeed extraordinary. "Follow me," the leader said. When Yi Xian walked out of the teleportation palace, he saw a solemn palace. However, there were different statues at the entrance of each palace, such as cats, leopards, bears, and so on. However, in the end, Yi Xian followed the man in the lead into a palace with over 100 beast sculptures. The 100 Beasts Palace. "Your Highness, please wait here for a moment," the leader said and directly left, while the other two stood guard at the entrance. Everyone waited for a while, and then, there was a powerful aura that shocked everyone. So strong, could it be the undead soul realm? Yi Xian couldn't help but swallow his saliva. This level of expert wasn't something he could deal with at the moment. However, at this moment, the system notification sounded. Ding, chain random mission 3rd round completed. At the same time, two figures appeared in front of Yi Xian and the others. One was the leader of the group who had just left, while the other was a female cat with golden fur. When Yi Xian and the others focused their gazes on him, they were shocked. Golden cat bloodline. This cat woman was one of the city lords of the City of 100 Beasts, the ancestor of the cat race. It really is the golden cat bloodline. Since the cat ancestor appeared, her eyes were focused on Suyu. After all, the two were of the same bloodline. "Greetings, City Lord." Su Qin, Suyu, and the others greeted in unison. Although Yi Xian wasn't from the beast race, he also bowed. Chapter 1577. "City Lord, it was these lords who saved me from the Sky Spider sect," Suyu said directly. Cat ancestor's gaze fell on Yi Xian and the others. Yi Xian, 7th degree Undying Physique Realm, Human. Old Tree, 9th degree Undying Physique Realm, Monster. Ghost Dome Great Emperor, 9th degree Undying Physique Realm, Rare Beast. In Cat Ancestor's eyes, only Ghost Dome Great Emperor was worthy of her attention. As for Yi Xian and the Old Tree, they weren't even qualified to meet her. Although the Sky Spider sect branch doesn't have an Undying Physique Realm expert, I heard that you saved the people on the wedding day of the poisonous spider young lord. Your strength and courage are commendable. However, neither of you have any faith. Where did you come from? Cat Ancestor asked Yi Xian and the Old Tree. We came from a remote place south of the 5 Poison Territory. We happened to encounter this matter, so we helped. Yi Xian replied. This surprised Cat Ancestor because she thought the leader was the Old Tree. After all, the Old Tree was a 9th degree Undying Physique Realm expert while Yi Xian was only a 7th degree Undying Physique Realm expert. Why did Yi Xian speak? It's unlikely that a martial artist of your level would be born in the south, right? Cat Ancestor narrowed his eyes, but he didn't care. Fine, you have done a meritorious deed. I can give you a chance to become my disciple. This will speed up your cultivation. Breaking through to the Undying Physique Realm is just around the corner. Like the 5 Poison Territory, the 100 Beast region was the territory of the beasts, so they both needed to develop faith. After hearing this, Yi Xian felt helpless. The thing he was most worried about had happened. My apologies, City Lord, I'm here to find Fox Ancestor. Yi Xian cupped his fists. Fox Ancestor? Cat Ancestor's eyes suddenly lit up. A guess rose in her heart, but she was someone who had lived for tens of thousands of years. This kind of emotion naturally wouldn't show on her face. I guess you've already heard that the Fox Ancestor has gone missing and is no longer in the City of 100 Beasts. The Cat Ancestor said. This junior has also heard of it. This junior activated the heaven-loathing fox bloodline because of a fox friend. I am now 17 years old, so I wish to find the Fox Ancestor to see if he can suppress the heaven-loathing fox bloodline, Yi Xian said honestly. Oh. Heaven-loathing fox bloodline? The Cat Ancestor was slightly surprised. She had also heard of the celestial loathe fox bloodline, but it was only a legend of the beast race. However, she did not intend to ask too much. After all, this was not a matter of the cat clan. Therefore, she only nodded slightly and said, "This interspatial ring is your reward. Also, if there is really someone with the heaven-loathing fox bloodline, you can go to the Fox clan and ask." After she finished speaking, she threw the universe ring to Yi Xian. There weren't many things inside, but it was enough for one person to break through to the undying soul realm. This reward was already very good. "Many thanks, Senior. This junior will take his leave." Yi Xian took the interspatial ring and thanked him with cupped fists. "I will send you out," the undying soul realm expert beside the cat ancestor said. Yi Xian nodded and left with Old Tree, Ghost Dome Great Emperor, and Wei Zhentian. His mission was completed, so there was no need for him to stay here any longer. Under the guidance of someone, Yi Xian quickly left the 100 Beasts Plaza. After the leader led Yi Xian out of the 100 Beasts Plaza, he said to Yi Xian, "The Fox clan is in the northwest of the 100 Beasts City. Just ask around and you will find it." "Many thanks." Yi Xian thanked him and left with Old Tree and the other two. The leader looked in the direction he left with flickering eyes before he finally followed. The cat ancestor had secretly given him a mission, which was to follow Yi Xian and the others. When the time was right, he was to convert Yi Xian into a believer. The cat ancestor guessed that Yi Xian might be from the Five Poison sect and saved Suyu so that he could sneak into the City of Beasts and gain their trust to obtain secrets. After Yi Xian and the others left the 100 Beasts Plaza, they headed in the northwest direction of the City of Beasts. Along the way, they encountered various beasts, who all looked at Yi Xian strangely. There weren't many humans and monsters in the City of Beasts, and they were only in the undying physique realm. This was a little strange. After all, this was the center of the 100 Beasts territory. It was as difficult as ascending to the heavens for anyone who wasn't in the undying soul realm to come here. Yi Xian ignored the gazes of these people and walked on his own. However, he noticed the man in the lead following behind him. "Are you following me because you want to convert me into a believer of the cat ancestor, or?" Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. Although he couldn't defeat an expert like the cat ancestor, he wouldn't let it go if the other party wanted to kill him. The cat ancestor was only in the undying soul realm. He'd killed one before leaving the 100 Beasts territory, so it was nothing. Moreover, he'd just obtained an interspatial ring. The things inside had greatly improved his cultivation, and he was on the verge of breaking through to the undying physique realm. Soon, he found the Fox clan's residence. "Who goes there?" Two Fox clan experts in front of the Fox clan's courtyard stopped Yi Xian. "This one is Yi Xian. I've come to the Fox clan today to discuss something with your clan," Yi Xian said with a cupped fist salute. "It's rare to see a human without faith," muttered one of the guards, then asked, "What do you want?" "It's like this. This one has a friend who possesses the very rare heavenly fox bloodline of the Fox clan. She's already 17 years old and has reincarnated several times. That's why this one came to your clan to find a way to suppress the heavenly fox bloodline," Yi Xian said truthfully. After the two guards heard this, they were both shocked. "What? Heavenly fox bloodline? Is that true?" asked one of the guards in surprise. "Yes." Yi Xian nodded solemnly. The two guards at the first level of the undying soul realm looked at each other. They saw that Yi Xian was only at the 7th level of the undying soul realm and wasn't a threat to them, so they were a bit surprised. On the way to the Fox clan, Yi Xian, Old Tree, Ghost Dome Great Emperor, and Wei Zhentian pretended to be separated, but in reality, he'd taken them into the planting space, so he was alone. "I'll report this to my superiors. Wait here." As soon as the guard finished speaking, he ran into the Fox clan's courtyard. The Fox clan's courtyard wasn't large. It was only one of the Fox clan's outposts in the City of 100 Beasts. Not long after, the guard who'd left in a hurry returned with a Fox clan man. "Lord Fox, that's him," said the guard, pointing at Yi Xian. This Fox clan man was at the undying soul realm. He wasn't weak and probably held a high position in the Fox clan. "Kid, you said you have a friend with the heavenly fox bloodline?" asked the Fox clan man in surprise. "Yes." Yi Xian nodded. Chapter 1578. Her realm is low. She's only at the second level of the Undying Realm. She couldn't pass through the 5 Poison Realm to reach the 100 Beast territory, Yi Xian answered honestly. The fox man raised an eyebrow. Pass through the 5 Poison Realm? Yes, I passed through the 5 Poison Realm to reach the 100 Beast territory, Yi Xian nodded. As soon as he finished, someone exclaimed, Impossible, you're only at the 7th level of the Undying Realm. How could you pass through the 5 Poison Realm to reach the 100 Beast territory? The one who spoke was the guard who'd brought the fox man out. He wasn't the only one. Even the other guard didn't believe it. Even an Undying Soul Realm expert would have a hard time passing through the 5 Poison Realm, not to mention Yi Xian, who was at the 7th level of the Undying Realm. Realm doesn't represent strength, Yi Xian replied coldly. Indeed, realm didn't represent strength, but this sentence was used to describe geniuses. Only geniuses could challenge those of higher realms. Yi Xian looked very ordinary. Even if he challenged those of higher realms, he would only have the combat strength of an Undying Soul Realm expert. How arrogant. Elder, I'm sorry, I was careless. After the guard finished speaking in shame, he revealed a fierce expression and said to Yi Xian, Come, let me meet you. Let's see if your strength is as good as your mouth. Yi Xian didn't waste time. He took out his weapon and swept it out. Void Flame Sword Wave. This attack was fast, but he didn't use burst of killing intent. Yi Xian was afraid of killing the guard in one hit and becoming enemies with the Fox clan. The guard didn't even think about taking out his weapon, but when he saw Yi Xian's attack, he was shocked and quickly took out a long sword from his interspatial ring. Clang! A crisp sound rang out, and the guard was sent flying under the astonished gazes of the crowd. You can't even take one hit from me. Your mouth is better than mine, Yi Xian couldn't help but mock. The entire crowd was silent. A human at the 7th level of the Undying Realm could actually send an Undying Soul Realm expert flying. How was this possible? However, the power of the Void Flame Sword Wave was indeed strong. Was this really an attack from a human at the 7th level of the Undying Realm? It was too fake. Even the Fox clan man was shocked by Yi Xian's sword strike. It was obvious that he hadn't expected this to happen either. The power of this sword is enough to kill an undead soul stage expert if he didn't defend himself. This kid is not simple. The Fox man narrowed his eyes. The way he looked at Yi Xian changed as well. Brat, I'll kill you. At this moment, the guard that was sent flying suddenly stabilized himself. He let out a few loud shouts and charged towards Yi Xian. Since the other party still wanted to fight, then Yi Xian would naturally accompany him. Burst, Void Flame Sword Wave. This attack's Undying Soul target, Yez's. Of course, he wasn't aiming for his opponent's head, but his body. If he was hit, he wouldn't kill his opponent. Clang! Another crisp sound was heard. The Undying Soul Guard was sent flying again. The weapon in his hand slipped out of his hand. This kind of behavior could only be described as overestimating himself. Did he really think that Yi Xian's attack was successful because of a sneak attack? Enough! The Fox man shouted. His words were very effective. After the Undying Soul Guard stabilized himself, he stopped attacking. Your strength is not bad. You are indeed qualified to cross the 5 Poison Realm. After the Fox man finished speaking, his eyes suddenly turned pink. This was charm. Yi Xian quickly closed his eyes and sneered, If this is the Fox clan's way of treating guests, then I'll take my leave. The Fox man obviously wanted to charm Yi Xian and then ask for the truth. However, Yi Xian didn't fall for it. Good boy. Although I closed my eyes immediately, there's still a gap. With my level, I can't charm him in an instant? The Fox man was shocked. He was at the 3rd level of the Undying Soul Realm, while Yi Xian was only at the 7th level of the Undying Physical Body Realm. There was a difference of 5 levels between them. Being unable to charm him in an instant was enough to show that Yi Xian wasn't an ordinary person. Sorry. The fox man smiled faintly and said, I just wanted to verify the truth of the matter. Yi Xian didn't say anything. He just looked at him silently. My name is Hu Song. Elder of the Fox clan, come with me. The fox man said to Yi Xian. Although the Undying Soul Realm Guard who had been sent flying twice by Yi Xian was furious, he didn't dare to disobey Hu Song's orders. Yi Xian followed Hu Song in under his murderous gaze. I can't verify the truth of the matter. It's not like you aren't willing to be charmed by me. How can I believe you? Hu Song said with his back facing Yi Xian. Yi Xian had already thought of this problem. He took out a blood bottle from his interspatial ring. This blood bottle contains the blood of my friend. You can take a look and see if there's any Fox clan bloodline in your clan. After Yi Xian said that, he threw the blood bottle to Hu Song. The latter raised his eyebrows when he saw the blood bottle. This bloodline is indeed from my Fox clan. However, I don't think I've ever seen it before. Hu Song was shocked. Could it be that Yi Xian was telling the truth? In fact, he didn't believe in the existence of the heaven-loathing fox from the very beginning. That was because the probability was too low. Furthermore, it had never appeared before. It had always been a legend among the Beast clan. But now, there was a Fox clan bloodline that had never appeared before. In my clan, there are a total of 123 different bloodlines. Currently, 120 bloodlines still exist. The other 3 have appeared before, Hu Song pondered. He was sure that the blood in front of him was a Fox clan bloodline. However, he had never seen it before. Therefore, it might be a Fox clan bloodline that had never appeared before. Even if it wasn't a heaven-loathing fox, it was enough to attract the attention of the Fox clan. As long as they brought people here and reproduced, it might appear again. Now, Hu Song was starting to believe Yi Xian's words. Come with me. Hu Song frowned. After speaking to Yi Xian, he entered a palace in the distance. Yi Xian went in and saw that it was a teleportation palace. Could it be that they were going to be teleported to the Fox clan? Soon, the teleportation formation began to operate. They landed in front of a cliff. Sure enough, it was the Fox clan. The city of 100 beasts was only so big. It couldn't hold 100 beast clans. Therefore, most clans were established in other places. After landing, Hu Song led Yi Xian to a palace without saying a word. Go in and wait. I'll report this to the higher-ups. After Hu Song finished speaking, he immediately left. Yi Xian looked at Hu Song's back. Then, he entered the palace and waited quietly. Chapter 1579. At this moment, Yi Xian couldn't help but recall that the reincarnation fox Hu Xing, her surname was also Hu. Perhaps she was related to the Fox clan. However, when he sent a voice transmission to Luoluo, he realized that the reincarnation fox herself wasn't sure if she was related to the Fox clan. The Lu Guang's Sacred Ground and the Penglai Sacred Ground both had Fox clans. The reincarnation fox Hu Xing, might have been born from a Fox clan member from the Penglai Sacred Ground who came to the Lu Guang's Sacred Ground. The Fox ancestor in the Fox clan didn't represent the ancestor of all the Fox clans. It was just the ancestor of most of the Fox clans in the Lu Guang's Sacred Ground. After a while, Yi Xian felt a huge aura approaching. However, this time, it wasn't a 5th stage undying soul. This aura was much weaker than the cat ancestor. It was probably a 4th stage undying soul. Soon, Hu Song led a young Fox clan member into the palace. This young man was holding the blood bottle that Yi Xian gave Hu Song, which was Luolua's blood. The young man walked in quickly and said in surprise, "Does the heaven-loathing fox bloodline really exist?" "It's real." Yi Xian didn't know who this young man was and answered directly. "I'm Hu Yingbua, the other fox ancestor," said the young man. The other fox ancestor? Yi Xian was stunned and didn't react for a moment. Why were there 2 fox ancestors? The fox ancestor you speak of is usually my wife, Hu Lingqing. Back then, the two of us brought our descendants to the Lu Guang's sacred ground, said Hu Yingbua. This time, Yi Xian understood. So he was the husband of the fox ancestor. After all, the fox ancestor couldn't have given birth alone, right? Greetings, senior. Yi Xian hurriedly greeted him. Although the fox ancestor was missing, Hu Yingbua was still considered a fox ancestor. He was a fourth-stage undying soul and might be able to solve Luolua's problem. Where is this friend of yours now? Hu Yingbua asked curiously. The heaven-loathing fox bloodline was the best bloodline of the fox clan. Once it could avoid the heavenly tribulation, the fox clan would be very powerful. Luoluo had yet to fully activate the heaven-loathing fox bloodline, but her cultivation was already several times faster than others. Ignoring everything else, just her ability to automatically absorb the heaven-earth yuan qi was already extremely powerful. If Luoluo had been born in the 100-beast realm, she would have been able to break through to the imperishable realm in 100 years just by absorbing the yuan qi of heaven and earth. She is in the south of the 5 poison territory. I also came from there. Yi Xian replied. Since that's the case, then I'll immediately send people over to pick her up. However, looking at the situation of the 5 poison realm right now, I reckon that we can only bypass the 5 poison realm. Hu Yingbua said. Bypassing the 5 poison realm, it might take many years. But this bit of time was really nothing to these old monsters who had lived for tens of thousands of years. That won't do. She's already 17 this year. In a few months, she'll undergo her heavenly tribulation, Yi Xian suddenly reminded him. Only then did Hu Yingbua react. In his inherited memories, the heaven-loathing fox had to undergo a heavenly tribulation at the age of 18. If we send elites, we can return in a few months. However, the 5 poison sect seems to be making a big move now. It's too dangerous. Hu Yingbua shook his head and tried to think of a solution. At this time, Yi Xian suddenly said, Actually, I have an idea. Oh? Hu Yingbua's eyes lit up. What idea? Yi Xian's idea was to use the plant dimension. He would let his second clone go and put Luoluo into the plant dimension. Then, he would summon her out. He had forgotten about it before, but now he remembered it. If he wanted to, he could reach the land of reincarnation within a day. However, at this time, a loud sound suddenly entered the ears of Yi Xian and the others. Rumble. A loud rumble suddenly came from the distance. Then, sounds came from other directions. This movement successfully attracted the attention of Yi Xian and the others. What's going on? Hu Yingbua frowned. Hu Song immediately left the palace and went outside to take a look. Then, he shouted, Family head, this is bad. There are experts attacking our clan. What? Hu Yingbua was shocked and immediately left the palace. Hearing this, Yi Xian couldn't help but frown as he followed. At this time, sounds of battle came from all directions of the fox tribe. There were many figures fighting in the air. Seeing this, Hu Yingbua suddenly thought of something. He hurriedly activated his true qi and roared to the sky, There are external enemies attacking. Everyone be on alert. Inform the city of beasts. He saw that the people attacking the fox tribe were from the 5 poison sect. And their realms were not low. They were at least in the undying realm. This was obviously premeditated. So many experts from the 5 poison sect, how did they come to the center of the 100-beast territory? Hu Song, protect this little brother. After Hu Yingbua finished speaking, he immediately rushed out. But before he could take a few steps, someone shouted, Not good, family head, the transmission array to the city of beasts has been destroyed. Even the hidden one is destroyed. What? Hu Yingbua was shocked. It was one thing for the teleportation array to be destroyed, but how did the teleportation array that they had hidden get discovered as well? This meant that the fox tribe was isolated and without help. They really came prepared. Kill. Hu Yingbua's expression changed and he charged in a direction. Yi Xian used the Eye of Revelation to scan the area and found many experts from the Sky Spider sect, 1,000-foot sect, and other sections. No wonder he could escape the 5 poison realms so quickly. It turned out that these experts had infiltrated the 100-beast territory and were attacking the fox tribe today. I heard that fox ancestor had fallen. Now these people are attacking. Could it be that they suspect that fox ancestor is using the soul seed to resurrect? Yi Xian suddenly thought of this. Fox ancestor was an expert in the undying realm. If she was successfully resurrected, the strength of the 100-beast territory would increase greatly. So that was it. Thinking of this, Yi Xian suddenly reacted. Coincidentally, he had reached the peak of the undying realm and was close to a breakthrough. This was a good opportunity. You can go and help. Don't worry about me, Yi Xian suddenly said to Hu Song beside him. No, family had asked me to protect you. Hu Song shook his head. But from his expression, he also wanted to join the battle. After all, he was in the undying realm and could kill many enemies. If that's the case, then let's go together. Yi Xian's eyes suddenly flashed. He directly took out his weapon and attacked. What are you doing? Hu Song was shocked. Damn it, Yi Xian was only at the 7th level of the undying body realm, and the people who came to attack the Fox clan this time were all at least at the undying soul realm. Was he courting death by daring to participate in a battle of this level? Chapter 1580. Not good. Hu Song's expression changed drastically. Under other circumstances, he wouldn't be afraid of the 4 second-degree undying soul realm experts. However, Yi Xian was nearby. What if he was caught in the crossfire? He could only pray in his heart that Yi Xian had condensed a drop of undying blood essence so that he could be resurrected after death. Unfortunately, Yi Xian didn't condense the undying blood essence when he broke through to the undying soul realm because he had a safer second doppelganger. Condensing the imperishable blood essence required a lot of time, as well as a lot of heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Add to that the fact that his cultivation level increased very quickly, and once he leveled up, the old imperishable blood essence would no longer be useful. However, just as Hu Song raised his spirits, Yi Xian's lips suddenly curled up. Then, 3 figures appeared beside him. They've come at the right time. If you see these ugly bugs, kill them without mercy. Yi Xian roared and rushed out. Daring to participate in this level of battle as a 7th-degree undying soul realm expert was courting death. Of course, this was Hu Song's thought. He couldn't care less now. If this operation wasn't handled well, the Fox clan would suffer heavy losses. In his heart, the lives of his clansmen were more important than Yi Xian. For 2nd-degree undying soul realm experts were nothing in his eyes. However, in the next moment, he was shocked. He saw the sudden appearance of the bald old man, the rare exotic beast Ghost Dome Great Emperor, and the green sky dragon. Each of them blocked a 2nd-degree undying soul realm expert. F***CK. What's going on? Hu Song paused. This was good. He could deal with the last person. With his realm, he could finish off his opponent in 10 rounds and then kill the remaining 3. However, he was too naive. He had only fought for 5 rounds with his opponent when a figure appeared in the air not far away. This figure was an expert from the Golden Toad sect of the 5 Poison sect. However, his head had exploded. He was dead. How is this possible? Hu Song was shocked again. Even he had yet to finish off his opponent. Yi Xian and the other 2 had an undying fleshly body, yet he had actually killed one of them. Who exactly was the undying 3rd-stage realm expert? However, in the next moment, he understood why Yi Xian and the others were able to kill their opponents so quickly. Other than the spatial eye, it was also because of their perfect teamwork. Although the old tree, Ghost Dome Great Emperor, and Wei Zhentian were fighting one-on-one, they would suddenly change their target. Under the focus fire, the 2nd person also fell. Then, a 3rd person appeared. That wasn't the main point. The main point was that Yi Xian, the old tree, and the Ghost Dome Great Emperor's auras suddenly skyrocketed after Yi Xian took the 3rd person's universe ring. He had broken through. Furthermore, there were 3 of them. Ding! The host has broken through. The host is currently at the 8th stage of the undying fleshly body realm. Ding! The spirit of ashes has broken through. Currently at the undying soul stage 1. Ding! Wei Zhentian has broken through. Now he is at undying soul stage 1. Ding! The Ghost Dome Great Emperor has broken through. Now he is at undying soul stage 1. In an instant, the old tree and the Ghost Dome Great Emperor's auras skyrocketed several times. After all, they had crossed a large realm. Before breaking through, they could easily kill an undying soul stage 2 elder of the 5 poison divine sect. Now that they had broken through to the undying soul stage, killing an undying soul stage 3 elder was a piece of cake. Before Husong could react, the old tree sent a remnant flame over and killed Husong's opponent with a punch. Then, Yi Xian's Nihility Flame Sword Wave obliterated the soul. Until now, Husong still hadn't reacted. Who said that Yi Xian didn't have the strength to cross the 5 poison divine sect? Even with the addition of the 100 Beasts region, it wouldn't be a problem. These 4 experts of the 5 poison divine sect had all died in the hands of Yi Xian and the others. Their universe rings had also been taken away by Yi Xian, while Husong hadn't killed any of them. It seemed that Husong had played a role in delaying one of them. Without waiting for Husong to react, Yi Xian directly led the old tree and the others to kill their way out. This was a good opportunity for him to level up. As long as Yi Xian broke through again, the old tree and the others would be able to fight against the 5 poison divine sect. Due to the difference in realms, there wouldn't be any undying soul stage 3 undying soul stage experts looking for trouble with Yi Xian. This time, Yi Xian also wouldn't take the initiative to look for such experts. Although Old Shu, Ghost Dome Great Emperor, and Wei Zhentian had all broken through to the undying soul realm, it was much easier for them to kill second-layer undying soul realm experts. Killing a third-layer undying soul realm expert was much better than killing 5 second-layer undying soul realm experts. At the same time, the sudden appearance of this strange group of reinforcements attracted the attention of many. The majority didn't recognize Yi Xian, but there were a few who had seen Yi Xian and Husong together. In addition, Yi Xian's group was killing the 5 poison divine sect experts, so they naturally assumed that they were reinforcements. At this time, a deep voice suddenly resounded from the horizon. Hu Yinghua, I know that the fox ancestor is using the soul seed to revive. Obediently tell us where the fox ancestor is, or today will be the day of your fox clan's destruction. Hearing this, Yi Xian turned his head to look and discovered that Hu Yinghua was fighting with an expert from the Snake's Shadow Hall. This expert from the Snake's Shadow Hall was also at the 4th level of the Undying Soul Realm. In the Fox clan, other than the Fox ancestor who was a Undying Soul Stage expert, there were 3 other Undying Soul Stage experts. Hu Yinghua was one of them. However, the other 2 weren't with the Fox ancestor today. If Hu Yinghua died in battle, the Fox ancestor would be finished. As for the destruction of the teleportation array, it was definitely the work of a traitor in the Fox ancestor. Although the majority of the Fox clan believed in the Fox ancestor, it was only a belief. Once their loved ones were captured, they would be vulnerable to threats. Only the Fox ancestor could order them around. At this time, a system notification sounded in Yi Xian's mind. Ding! Host has triggered the 4th round of the chain random mission, resolve the Fox clan's crisis. Hearing this, Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and thought to himself, it seems that I have to hurry. If the Fox clan is destroyed, what will happen to Luoluo? Then, he made a decision. Wei Zhentian, Rib Gu, unleash your power. Wei Zhentian and Ghost Dome Great Emperor received Yi Xian's voice transmission, and their eyes flickered. Sword Blade Storm. Undying Battle Soul. Wei Zhentian, who had broken through to the Undying Soul stage, was extremely powerful after using these 2 techniques. Undying Battle Soul, increase all attributes by 2 times. In addition to Yi Xian's killing feast, it wouldn't be a problem for him to kill an Undying Soul stage expert, let alone fight one-on-one. However, Yi Xian didn't send Wei Zhentian to help Hu Yinghua. Instead, he sent the old tree. As long as he helped Huingbua hold that person back, the remaining enemies wouldn't be a threat. Yi Xian didn't believe that anyone would be able to block the Sky Quake sword. When the experts of the 5 Poison Divine sect saw this, they couldn't help but be shocked. No one who was targeted by the Sky Quake sword could survive. Chapter 1581. In less than 10 seconds, dozens of experts had fallen. Even their souls were destroyed. Seeing this, the Fox tribe's morale skyrocketed. Their attacks instantly increased. This time, the 5 Poison Divine sect had planned this, but there weren't many who attacked the Fox ancestors' side. Other than a 4th layer Undying Soul Realm expert, there were only 10 3rd layer Undying Soul Realm experts and several hundred 1st and 2nd layer Undying Soul Realm experts. Of course, this wasn't all of the 5 Poison Divine sect's forces. Most of them were sent to exterminate the Leopard tribe. The Fox Ancestor and Leopard King were missing, but the 5 Poison Divine sect knew that they were dead. This was because the 5 Poison Divine sect leaders were the ones who killed them. However, the Leopard tribe was stronger than the Fox tribe. Even if the Leopard King was dead, they couldn't be underestimated. This time, the 5 Poison Divine sect wanted to interrupt the revival of the Fox Ancestor and Leopard King. As long as the Fox Ancestor and Leopard King were dead, the 100 Beast territory would lose 3 super experts. As for the remaining 100 tribes, there was nothing to fear because some of their strongest experts were only at the Undying Soul Realm. There weren't even 23rd layer Undying Soul Realm experts. Unfortunately, the 5 Poison Divine sect would never have thought that the Fox Ancestors' side would have such a troublemaker. After Yi Xian and the rest killed more than 100 enemies, Yi Xian quickly sent Wei Zhentian and Ghost Dome Great Emperor to support Huingbua. Not good. The 4th layer Undying Soul Realm expert from the Sky Spider sect paled. Huingbua and the old tree were enough to make him suffer. If the Blood Swords and Ghost Dome Great Emperor attacked again, he would be in danger. Go. The Sky Spider sect expert's expression changed. After shouting, he immediately turned around and left. They had been hiding in the 100 Beast territory for many years. Today was the first time they were exposed. Even if they couldn't defeat the Fox tribe in one fell swoop, they should have suffered heavy losses. Who would have thought that they would fail? However, the most important part was yet to come. This time, not only would they fail to attack the Fox tribe, they would also lose experts. Eye of Space. Yi Xian looked at the 4th layer Undying Soul Realm Sky Spider sect elder who was preparing to retreat. The Ghost Dome Great Emperor and the Blood Swords quickly passed through the spatial gate and intercepted the other party. Damn it. The Celestial Spider sect elder's face had already sunk to the bottom of the valley. According to the information he had received, the Fox clan only had one Huingbua. How could there suddenly be so many super strong fighters? If the information was wrong, they would have to pay the price in blood. His first reaction was that the mole he had planted in the Fox clan had given him false information. However, this wasn't the time to think about this. He had to survive today first. Although he had also condensed a soul seed, it would take at least 1,000 years for his soul seed to be resurrected. Who knew what would happen 1,000 years later? Very quickly, under the besiegement of the crowd, this 4th degree Undying Soul Realm Sky Spider sect elder fell. Not only that, even the wandering souls that were trying to escape were caught and killed in one strike. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. The system notification sounded. Wei Zhentian was the one who had dealt the fatal blow to the Celestial Spider sect's elder, so it was only natural for him to have a killing intent value. When the Celestial Spider sect elder's interspatial ring was taken away by Yi Xian, Huingbua finally reacted. This battle was simply beyond his expectations. He originally thought that it would be a difficult battle, at least to the point where both sides would suffer. He didn't expect to win so easily. Not only that, the other side even lost a 4th degree Undying Soul Realm expert. This was a huge gain. Huingbua swallowed his saliva and his gaze fell on Yi Xian. If it wasn't for Yi Xian, the Fox clan would be in danger. It had to be said that they were very lucky this time. Yi Xian happened to come to the Fox clan today, and coincidentally, the 5 poison divine sect attacked the Fox clan today. It was because of this that the Fox clan was spared. After the death of the strongest enemy, Wei Zhentian's storm of swords was about to end, and he reverted back to his heavenly dragon form. The Ghost Dome Great Emperor's undying soul realm was the same. Both of their battle strength instantly decreased. Little brother. Before Huingbua could call out to Yi Xian swiftly swept out and chased after the fleeing experts of the 5 poison divine sect. What a joke, this was a crucial moment. Killing one more meant earning one more. How could Yi Xian waste this opportunity? Originally, the 5 poison divine sect wanted to kill their way in and spread the soul poison during the group battle. Then, they would defeat the Fox clan. But they didn't expect that after they attacked, they would be defeated directly. Even the leading expert was killed. This was beyond their plan. On the contrary, when the experts of the Fox clan saw them escaping, they quickly chased after them in groups of 2 or 3. Huingbua looked at Yi Xian's departing figure and felt that this wasn't the time to talk. They had to kill the enemy first before anything else. The Fox clan's experts moved out in full force and annihilated the 5 poison divine cult. Although the 5 poison divine cult experts that were sent to attack the Fox clan had all undergone training and were almost immune to charm, the Fox clan had many branch bloodlines under them and their moves were endless. In a situation where they were outnumbered, the 5 poison divine cult had no chance of winning. Therefore, after a few minutes, none of the people who came to attack the Fox clan survived. This battle was a great victory. And the one who caused this result was naturally Yi Xian and the others. If they hadn't killed over 100 experts of the 5 poison divine sect in an instant at the beginning, and even killed the leading expert of the 4th degree undying soul realm, they wouldn't have won so easily. Ding, chain random mission 4th round completed. After this battle, Yi Xian's experience points increased by a lot. He was almost at the middle of the 8th degree undying soul realm. At this time, they had already returned to the Fox clan. Huingbua led the experts of the Fox clan and looked at Yi Xian's return. Today, many thanks to little brother for your help. Huingbua cupped his fist with a solemn expression. No problem, it's just a small matter. Yi Xian waved his hand. Although he said so, he revealed an "I'm the most awesome" expression. Without waiting for Huingbua to speak, he continued, just now, I heard the enemy say that the Fox ancestor is resurrecting. Huingbua looked a little embarrassed. Although Yi Xian saved the Fox clan, but the matter of his wife was a secret. But today, if it wasn't for Yi Xian, the Fox clan would be in danger of annihilation. So after thinking for a while, he replied, she has indeed fallen, but the place where her soul is resurrecting is not in the Fox clan, but in the city of 100 beasts. I think the 5 poison divine sect should have guessed it. The city of 100 beasts was the center of the 100 beasts territory. It was built by hundreds of beast bloodlines. Under normal circumstances, the 5 city lords were overseeing the city of 100 beasts. There were many experts there and it was the safest place in the 100 beasts territory, just like the 5 poison divine sect in the 5 poison realm. Chapter 1582. When will she be revived? Yi Xian asked again. I'm not sure. Huingbua shook his head. Even he didn't know. All right, I'll bring my friend over first. You guys go about your business. After Yi Xian finished speaking, he directly rode on Wei Zhentian's body and rose into the sky. There was definitely a mole in the Fox tribe's attack. Huingbua had to find the mole and then repair the teleportation formation. Yi Xian didn't know how long it would take, but he would be able to summon Luoluo in half a day. Half a day passed quickly. Yi Xian's second doppelganger rushed to the land of reincarnation and sent Luoluo to the planting space. Then, he summoned her from the 100 Beast region. When Luoluo summoned them, the blood of the Fox clan members below began to boil. What's going on? Why is my blood like this? I don't even feel fear when facing an undying stage 3 expert. Now, I'm trembling in fear. The sky. The bloodline suppression is coming from the sky. Luolua's appearance stirred the fox tribe members' blood. After all, the heaven-loathing fox was one of the noblest bloodlines in the fox tribe. At the same time, Huinghua also sensed it and came to the fox tribe square. Coincidentally, Yi Xian rode on Wei Zhentian and slowly descended. "Senior, she's here," Yi Xian said to Huinghua. Huinghua had a bottle of Luolua's blood in his hand. He was sure that this little girl had the heaven-loathing fox bloodline. "I didn't expect her to have the heaven-loathing fox bloodline." Huinghua couldn't believe it and blurted it out. Yi Xian rolled his eyes. "Did I lie to you?" The fox tribe members also heard about this matter. When they sensed Luolua's strength, they couldn't help but discuss in low voices. Most of them were sighing. The heaven-loathing fox bloodline had to undergo a tribulation at the age of 18. If they couldn't withstand it, their soul would dissipate. In other words, Luolua wasn't over 18 years old. Her current realm was the Undying Stage 3 physical body realm. An Undying Stage expert under 18 and born in a remote area. The heaven-loathing fox bloodline was indeed heaven-defying. One had to know that the most talented genius in the fox tribe would be over 300 years old when they break through to the Undying Stage 3 physical body realm. Furthermore, he had grown up in the fox clan. He was nurtured by experts and had countless treasures. The heaven and earth yuan qi was 10 times, 100 times, or even 1,000 times more abundant than anywhere else. Unfortunately, Luoluo. When Luoluo was 18 years old for the first time, she was only at the nirvana stage. At that time, the heavenly tribulation had severely injured Hu Xing, who was at the peak of the 9th level samsara stage. When Luoluo saw Huinghua, she immediately greeted him respectfully. "Okay." In this half a day, the fox tribe had found the traitor. No, it should be said that the traitor had jumped out himself. He was an Undying Stage 3 soul realm expert in the fox tribe. He was also the one who destroyed the 2 transportation arrays before the 5 poison sect attacked. As for how the 5 poison sect forced him to betray them, it was simple. They used his family to threaten him. In fact, a few fox tribe experts had been captured before him. However, they refused to betray them and were killed. Although they could be resurrected with a soul seed, they couldn't communicate with living people in their soul state. They could only be resurrected in the fox tribe. Therefore, the fox tribe didn't know about this. Coincidentally, this traitor had compromised. However, he didn't expect that Yi Xian would suddenly appear out of nowhere. After a while, Huinghua brought Yi Xian and Luoluo to a secret room. "I've only heard of the heaven-loathing fox bloodline. I don't know how to do it, so I'll have to take a look first," Huinghua said to Yi Xian with a serious expression. At this moment, he was very excited. As long as he found a way to avoid the heavenly tribulation, Luoluo would be awesome. As long as Luoluo was given time, breaking through to the heaven ascension realm wouldn't be a problem. When that time came, would he be afraid of not being able to lead the fox tribe? In the following time, Yi Xian stayed by Luolua's side. Huinghua looked and saw that 3 days had passed. Yi Xian waited until the flowers withered. "Senior, it's been 3 days. Do you have a clue?" Yi Xian couldn't help but ask. "I have the blazing royal fox bloodline of the fox tribe. My nobility is 2 levels lower than the heaven-loathing fox bloodline. Although my realm is higher, my bloodline will be suppressed as soon as I get close to Luoluo. I think I still need some time," Huinghua said with a serious expression. Hearing this, Yi Xian could only show a helpless expression. Luoluo only had half a year left. If Huinghua couldn't find a way, then Luoluo could only reincarnate. "Young master, don't worry. It's okay to reincarnate again. When the time comes, you just need to find me and help me activate my inherited memories." Luoluo giggled. "Didn't your mother say that once I help you activate your inherited memories, the heaven-loathing fox bloodline in your body will be fully activated?" Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. After his reminder, Luoluo also recalled that there was such a thing. If she couldn't find a way this time, then she would have to reincarnate again. At that time, she wouldn't be able to activate her inherited memories. She would have to slowly do it herself. That way, she wouldn't know Yi Xian. How could that do? Who knew when she would activate her inherited memories? However, just as Hu Yingbo was looking for a way to solve the problem, someone suddenly found the secret room. Master, the teleportation array has been repaired. There's important news. This voice belonged to Hu Song from that day. Hearing this, Hu Yingbo couldn't help but stop and open the door to the secret room. Outside the door, Hu Song had a serious expression. Seeing him like this, Hu Yingbo knew that it was not a small matter. He hurriedly asked, "What news?" Hu Song directly took out a floating image crystal from his interspatial ring and handed it to Hu Yingbo. Then he said, "There's news from the city of 100 beasts. Some strange heaven-reaching beasts have appeared at the border between our 100 beasts region and the 5 poison territory. These heaven-reaching beasts will constantly emit soul poison. Ordinary people can't get close." As soon as he finished speaking, an image appeared on the floating image crystal. Within the image was a strange heaven-reaching beast. This heaven-reaching beast was actually a combination of a scorpion, a snake, a spider, a toad, and a centipede. It had the tail of a scorpion, the body of a snake, the legs of a centipede and a toad, and the giant pincers of a scorpion. It could even spit spider silk. Chapter 1583. Such disgusting things. Luo Luo couldn't help but complain. However, although they were ugly, these strange beasts were not weak. Each one of them was equivalent to a 4th-layer undying soul realm cultivator. This was not the main point. The main point was that they would continuously spew out soul poison. If they were to wander around in the poison fog, even the cat ancestor, bear king, and ox king would not be able to do anything to them. This should be the 5 poison divine cult's trump card. During this period of time, the 5 poison divine cult has captured so many sacrifices. It should be to cultivate this thing. After Hu Yingbo finished speaking, he turned his head and asked, "This damn thing, how many are there?" Currently, only 5 have been discovered. However, the soul poison fog they spew out has no effect on the 5 poison sect. They are now constantly invading our territory. If we do not have a countermeasure, the 100 beast territory will be finished. Hu Song said with a face of horror. 4th-layer undying soul realm cultivators that could continuously spew out soul poison fog and were followed by the 5 poison sex experts. How could they fight? Without waiting for Hu Yingbo to speak, Hu Song continued, "Therefore, the city of beasts sent a message for the patriarch to immediately go to the city of beasts and participate in the 100-tribe conference." Hu Yingbo was silent. He had found a way to make the Fox clan more than 100 times stronger, which was Luo Luo's heaven-loathing fox bloodline. However, there was no time for him now. Damned 5 poison sect. Hu Yingbo gritted his teeth in anger and could not help but curse. Also, Patriarch, this time the 5 poison sect came prepared. The leopard clan's teleportation formation has not been repaired and there is still no news. Therefore, it is possible that they have already been destroyed. Hu Song added. What? After hearing this news, Hu Yingbo almost tore down the secret room. The wild leopard clan was much stronger than the fox clan. Could it be that they were destroyed by the 5 poison sect's infiltrators? This was truly unimaginable. Hu Yingbo sorted out his emotions and turned to ask, "Little brother, I'm afraid the heaven-loathing fox bloodline matter will have to be put aside for now." Yi Xian nodded. He also knew the importance of this matter. If they did not deal with the 5 poison sect first, the Fox clan would have to migrate out of the 100 beast territory. "I will go with you," Yi Xian said. "Okay." Hu Yingbo nodded and left with Yi Xian. As for Luo Luo, she was sent into the planting space by Yi Xian. The teleportation array had been repaired. Yi Xian followed Hu Yingbo and teleported back to the city of 100 beasts. Then, they arrived at the 100 beasts hall. At this moment, there were already hundreds of people gathered in the 100 beast palace. These people were all from the beast clan, and there were hundreds of branches. In the depths of the 100 beast palace, there were several figures with powerful auras. One of them was the cat ancestor, who had met Yi Xian once before. The other two were the Bear King and the Ox Emperor. These three were the only remaining 5th-degree undying soul cultivators in the 100 Beasts realm. Hu Yinghua, how are your Fox clan's losses? The cat ancestor asked as soon as Hu Yinghua entered the 100 Beast Hall. We didn't lose much. This time, it's all thanks to this little brother. Otherwise, my Fox clan would have fought with the enemy until both sides suffered heavy losses, Hu Yinghua said truthfully. Him? The cat ancestor was shocked. She had already recognized Yi Xian. Although Yi Xian was one realm higher than before, he was only a 4th-degree undying soul cultivator. What she couldn't understand was why Yi Xian was related to the survival of the Fox clan. That's right, this little brother and his companion's strength is not to be underestimated. The few of them joined hands and killed over 100 enemies. Together with me, they even killed a sky spider sex 4th-degree undying soul realm elder. Hu Yinghua truthfully recounted the situation that day. After listening to the story, the surrounding patriarchs were in disbelief. It was a miracle that just 3 people could turn the situation around. If it was an ordinary person, no one would believe it. However, Hu Yinghua was a senior to everyone present. His words were still credible. The cat ancestor's eyes flashed with a strange light. She didn't expect that she would be so blind and misjudge. Let's not talk about this for now. The cat ancestor returned to her senses and took out a floating image crystal from her universe ring. She then used her manifestation force to enlarge it. Inside this floating image crystal was the strange sky-connecting beast that the 5 poison divine sect had created. It was currently spreading soul poison, and the 5 poison divine sect was taking advantage of this to invade the 100 Beast region. Cat ancestor looked around and said, I believe everyone has seen it. According to the speed at which this damn thing spreads the poison of the soul, in less than a month, the 5 poison sect will directly kill their way to our city of 100 beasts. What do you think? Hearing this, a Lion Clan expert took a step forward and asked, City Lord, how is the power of this soul poison? This sky-connecting beast is comparable to a 4th-degree undying soul cultivator. The soul poison it emits is enough to kill a 3rd-degree undying soul cultivator. My cat clan has already lost 3 people to this poison. The cat ancestor replied. A 3rd-degree undying soul cultivator's soul poison was enough to kill most of the people present. After all, among the beasts gathered here, there were only a dozen or so who could speak. Those who couldn't speak were mostly 2nd-degree and 1st-degree undying soul cultivators. They probably couldn't do anything and were only here to listen. In my Ox Devil race, there's a branch called the Steelcliff Ox bloodline. They can use the armor on their bodies to envelop themselves completely. I wonder if they would be able to block the soul poison. The Ox Emperor suddenly spoke. No, this poison not only obliterates the soul, it also has a strong corrosive ability. If an ordinary 3rd-degree undying soul cultivator were to barge in, his body would be turned into mud before his soul is obliterated. The cat ancestor shook her head. These 5 poison beasts were discovered by her people, so she naturally knew the best. Then what should we do? Is it possible that we can only force our way in and sacrifice our soldiers to perish together with the 5 poison beasts? A Tiger Clan expert said. When the surrounding people heard this, they immediately shook their heads. This method probably wouldn't work. There were 5 poison beasts and a large number of 5 poison divine sect experts protecting them. Adding this poisonous fog, the 5 poison divine sect was close to invincible. Of course, if the cat ancestor and the other 2 joined forces to attack one, it might work. If the 3 of us join forces, we can defeat these 5 poison beasts one by one. But the city of 100 beasts can't be left unguarded. The 5 poison divine sect should have deduced that the Fox clan and Leopard Emperor will be resurrected soon, so they took action immediately. If they take advantage of this situation, then we'll be in trouble. The Silent Bear King finally spoke. Didn't the city lord collect some poisonous fog back? I wonder if he can concoct the antidote for this poisonous fog within a month? When this was said, someone immediately responded, "Yes, among our 100 clans, there are quite a number of alchemy grandmasters. As long as the antidote is concocted, we can fight." Chapter 1584. I'm afraid it won't be that easy. My guess is that the 5 poisons beasts were bred from dozens of highly toxic bloodlines under the 5 poisons sect, including the bloodlines of the sect's 5 sectmasters. You won't be able to create an antidote for such a poison even after 1,000 years. The cat ancestor sighed. Upon hearing this, the hundreds of people in the 100-beast hall revealed a look of despair. Was the 100-beast realm going to fall this time? They had hundreds of beastmen's bloodlines. However, the 5 poison divine sect only had 5 beastly bloodlines. It was a pity that among these 100 or so beasts, over 100 of them were completely useless. There were only a dozen or so of them that were truly capable. Now that the fox ancestor and the leopard king had fallen and had yet to be resurrected, this crisis could have been averted. It seemed that the 100-beast realms tribes would have to migrate and wait until the fox ancestor and the leopard king were resurrected before coming back for revenge. A mixture of dozens of poisons couldn't be cured by just anyone, but there was one person present who could. Just as the hundreds of people in the 100-beast hall were feeling helpless and hopeless, a young man suddenly walked out and said, "City Lord, can I have a look at the poison mist you collected?" When the voice reached everyone's ears, they couldn't help but look up at the human youth in the center of the 100-beast hall. This person was naturally Yi Xian. "Little brother, do you have a solution?" Hu Yingbo's eyes lit up. "I do, but let's see if it works." Yi Xian nodded slightly. As soon as he said this, a wave of skepticism rose in the 100-beast hall. Even the cat ancestor couldn't do anything about the poison mist. Yi Xian was only at the Undying Realm Stage 8. What kind of joke was this? However, they suddenly remembered that Yi Xian had played a key role in the fox ancestor's crisis. They couldn't help but waver. Could it be that he really had a solution? "What are you going to do?" the cat ancestor asked in shock. He took out a jade bottle from his interspatial ring. Inside was the poison mist that the cat ancestor had risked his life to retrieve from the front lines. "Unfortunately, my bloodline is very resistant to poison. As long as it doesn't kill me, this poison won't work on me in the future," Yi Xian said. There's such a miraculous bloodline? No one dared to believe it. The cat ancestor did the same, but she still tossed the jade bottle to Yi Xian. There was only a small amount of poisonous fog in this jade bottle. Many people present could collect it, so the surrounding people were not afraid. "Little brother, your courage is praiseworthy, but there is a high possibility that you will instantly die. Do you have imperishable blood essence?" Hu Yingbo subconsciously said. "No, I don't, and I don't have imperishable blood essence." Yi Xian shook his head. In the next moment, the old tree and the ghost dome great emperor appeared beside him. "Io, young master, are you using me to test the poison?" When the old tree saw Yi Xian suddenly summon him, he immediately understood Yi Xian's intentions. He was able to communicate with Ghost Dome Great Emperor and Yi Xian from a distance, so he was naturally aware of the current situation. Hee hee. Yi Xian grinned and tossed the jade bottle to the old tree. "Forget it, I'll only die once anyway." The old tree laughed self-deprecatingly and opened the jade bottle without saying anything, then quickly stuck his finger in. In an instant, the old tree's arm withered and turned into ashes. At the same time, the poisonous fog merged with the blood and quickly climbed up the old tree's brain. Ding, the spirit of ashes has been poisoned. Ding, the spirit of ashes has died. Ding, the spirit of ashes has been revived. 3 consecutive system notifications rang out. The old tree, who had turned into ashes, once again appeared in front of everyone's eyes. What's going on? The person who suddenly appeared and died after being poisoned, why did he appear again? Everyone couldn't understand what method Yi Xian had used to make 2 people appear out of thin air and then revive one person. Just now, Yi Xian had used the old tree as a guinea pig to test the toxicity of the poisonous fog. Everyone present had seen how terrifyingly strong the poison was. The old tree, who was at the Undying Realm, had instantly died. However, it wasn't like he didn't gain anything just now. Without waiting for the surrounding people to ask, the old tree stuck his finger in again. This time, he died again. Ding, the spirit of ashes has been poisoned. Ding, the spirit of ashes has died. Ding, the spirit of ashes has been revived. The old tree was revived again and appeared again. However, in this second test, the old tree died slowly compared to the previous one. Of course, no one present noticed this, including Yi Xian. However, Yi Xian did. When he saw the list of detoxification data, he couldn't help but smile slightly. Indeed, the old tree couldn't resist this poisonous fog. However, the old tree also had the immortal phoenix bloodline in his body. Every time he tested the poison, he could detoxify some of the weaker poisons. If this poisonous fog was a mixture of 50 different poisons, and the old tree was resistant to one poison at a time, then there were still 49 poisons left. However, the poisons that were detoxified by the immortal phoenix bloodline could be mixed with other poisons to produce such strong toxicity. Simply put, if the old tree was allowed to test a few more times, this mixture of poisons would be like a plate of loose sand. When that time came, it would be simple. Ding, the spirit of ashes has been poisoned. Ding, the spirit of ashes has died. Ding, the spirit of ashes has been revived. Ding, the spirit of ashes has been poisoned. Ding, the spirit of ashes has died. Ding, the spirit of ashes has been revived. The old tree was revived twice in front of everyone's eyes. However, for the fourth time, everyone clearly felt that the old tree was dying slowly. The first time was instantaneous, the second time was instantaneous, and the third time was also instantaneous. However, for the fourth time, it was actually half a second slower. Again. The old tree tried again. This time, it was a full 2 seconds slower. Ding, the spirit of ashes has been poisoned. Ding, the spirit of ashes has died. Ding, the spirit of ashes has been revived. For the fifth time, the old tree persisted for nearly 3 seconds before dying. For the sixth time, it was over 10 seconds. It's about time. A few more times and this poisonous fog will be useless. Yi Xian's eyes lit up. The immortal phoenix bloodline was an auxiliary bloodline shared with the old tree. Therefore, when the old tree and the others were poisoned, he would also have the poison data and develop resistance. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the old tree tested the poison for the 7th time. This time, after waiting for half a minute, the old tree did not die. Ding, the host is immune to the poison. A system notification sounded. From now on, Yi Xian was immune to the poison. Strange, he didn't die this time. Where did this old man come from? Didn't they say that the one with the bloodline was that young man? This is too scary. He died 6 times and was revived 6 times. Shouldn't a person only have 1 drop of immortal blood essence? What immortal blood essence? He must have died because his soul was destroyed. However, he was not revived with a soul seed. Chapter 1585. The experts of the 100 tribes discussed in hushed whispers. At this time, Yi Xian suddenly grabbed the jade bottle and stuck his finger into it. Hiss. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air, unable to react. Why would a person commit suicide for no reason? But when they saw that Yi Xian was fine, they were even more shocked. The bald old man with a 1st-degree undying soul realm cultivation was killed in a second, but Yi Xian with an 8th-degree undying soul realm cultivation was not dead? Not only that, Yi Xian even sucked the poison mist into his mouth under their watchful gazes. What the F***ck? Everyone jumped in fright. Alright, this poison is useless against me. Yi Xian said calmly. The entire hall was silent. The poison mist that even the cat ancestor did not dare to touch was swallowed by Yi Xian. That bald old man also seemed to be immune. What was going on? Could it be because of his bloodline? You're really not afraid? The cat ancestor asked in disbelief. That's right, it has no effect on me. Not only that, my blood might have some antidote effect. However, I suggest that those with a third-degree undying soul realm cultivation and below avoid it. Yi Xian said slowly. I still have some poison mist here, who wants to try? The cat ancestor asked. The entire 100 Beasts hall was silent for a few seconds. Finally, Hu Song stepped out from behind Yi Xian, saying, Castellan, let me try. I happen to have a third-degree undying soul realm cultivation, and I still have a soul seed. With a soul seed, even if an accident happened, it would be fine. He could even use the soul seed to revive. The reason Hu Song stood up now was to repay Yi Xian for saving the Fox clan that day. Of course, the two were not equal. Yi Xian did not hesitate, filling a blood bottle for Hu Song. The cat ancestor also threw the poison mist bottle over. Hu Song held the poison mist bottle in one hand and Yi Xian's blood bottle in the other. After 3 seconds of silence, he drank Yi Xian's blood bottle in one gulp. Then, he put his hand into the poisonous gas bottle. Although a third-degree undying soul realm martial artist would be poisoned to death, but this poisonous fog was very little, so they weren't afraid. 1 second, 2 seconds, 2 seconds, the 100 Beasts hall was silent for a few seconds, but Hu Song did not show any abnormality. It's really effective. It seems that we're saved this time. Hu Yingbo's eyes widened in excitement. There's no rush. Let's see how long my blood immunity lasts, Yi Xian suddenly reminded. He was immune to the poisonous fog, but Hu Song did not have the immortal phoenix bloodline. Therefore, he estimated that the blood could only protect Hu Song temporarily. Once the effect of the blood was gone, Hu Song would still be poisoned. 5 minutes later, Hu Song raised his eyebrows and quickly extended his hand. Then, he quickly took the health potion from Yi Xian and drank it in one gulp. 1 blood potion, about 5 minutes. That's enough. Hu Yingbo nodded in satisfaction. Although they were old monsters who had lived for tens of thousands of years, and Hu Yingbo had lived for tens of thousands of years, 5 minutes was too long for them in battle. Since that's the case, then I'll mass-produce blood potions. As long as you're not afraid of the poisonous fog, then you can fight against the 5 poison sect, Yi Xian said. Hearing this, hundreds of people smiled. If it was a head-on battle, they were not afraid of the 5 poison sect. We can't expose this trump card directly. We have to plan well. Once it's exposed, we have to catch the 5 poison sect unprepared and annihilate all 5 poison beasts. Bear King said. That's right. The Ox Emperor nodded and said, every family, report all the third-degree undying soul realm martial artists. We'll come up with a plan. This time, not only do we have to destroy the 5 poison beasts, we have to kill our way into the 5 poison territory and teach the 5 poison sect a lesson. Immediately, the 100 Beasts hall started to get busy. As for Yi Xian, he was busy filling the blood potions. Little brother, you've helped us a lot this time. If it weren't for you, I'm afraid we'd be helpless and could only sit and wait for death. If there's anything you need, don't hesitate to tell me. Hu Yingbo walked up and said to Yi Xian. Yi Xian naturally wouldn't let go of such a good opportunity. He directly replied, I can also participate in this battle, but I need a large amount of heavenly treasures. Ores and heavenly beast corpses are also fine. Ores? My barbarian bull clan has plenty. Ox Emperor said. My barbarian bear clan has a big appetite. There are many heavenly beast corpses. If we can win this battle, it won't be a problem for us to abstain from eating for a year. Bear King added. Thus, Yi Xian was naturally satisfied. At this time, he was already at the 8th degree undying soul realm. He estimated that this time, he could directly break through to the 9th degree undying soul realm. At that time, not to mention the 5 poison beasts, even the 5 poison sect would be destroyed. In the next few days, Yi Xian continuously bled, directly filling hundreds of thousands of blood potions. As for his reward, it was delivered on the 4th day. At this time, in a palace of the Fox clan. With so many antidotes, it's enough to drink continuously for a year. Hu Yingbo couldn't help but say. If it's not enough, I can fill more. Yi Xian said. No need. Every night, many people will die. We've already planned to act tomorrow. Hu Yingbo shook his head and said, handing Yi Xian a yin and yang ring. Inside was Yi Xian's reward. If it was all exchanged for heavenly treasures, it would be enough to create several third-degree undying soul realm experts. Yi Xian took a look at the yin and yang ring, the corner of his mouth slightly raised, then said, What's your plan? Of the five poison beasts, 4 will be dealt with by our fox, bear, ox, and cat clans respectively. The last one will be eliminated by the other clans. Hu Yingbo said. The 5 poison beasts were comparable to 4th-degree undying soul realm experts, but there were definitely experts of the 5 poison sect beside them, so it wouldn't be that easy to succeed. In that case, when the time comes, I'll go with your fox clan. As for Luo, we'll talk about it after dealing with the 5 poison sect. Yi Xian said. Luo still had half a year's time, and it would only take a few days to deal with the 5 poison beasts, so they could still afford to wait. Then, Hu Yingbo brought Yi Xian's antidotes back to the city of 100 beasts, then distributed them. This time, there were a total of 70 people going to the front line to fight. These people were gathered by the 100 tribes, at least 3rd-degree undying soul realm experts, and 10 of them were 4th-degree undying soul realm experts. In addition, the 5th-degree undying soul realm expert cat ancestor was among them. As for the bear king and ox king, the 2 city lords, they stayed in the city of 100 beasts because they suspected that there were many people of the 5 poison sect in the 100 beasts region. Chapter 1586. During this time, the 100 beast region had lost a lot of territory. People were dying all the time, and the poisonous fog was expanding all the time. They couldn't delay any longer. Before the operation, everyone from the 100 tribes had moved to the city of beasts. First, they were afraid that the 5 poison sect would attack again. Second, they were guarding the city of beasts. With so many tribes gathered together, even if the 5 poison sect sent out all of their forces, they couldn't do anything to the city of beasts. Very soon, a day had passed. This time, the Fox tribe sent out 10 undying soul realm cultivators, as well as Hu Yingbo and the other 3 undying soul realm cultivators. As for Yi Xian, he blended in with the Fox tribe's team. This time, we'll be teleported to the place from that day. That used to be our territory, but now it's been invaded by the 5 poison sect, so we'll be entering the enemy's territory. Be very careful. Before the teleportation, Hu Yingbo said to everyone. The 5 poison sect wouldn't have thought that they would be teleported directly to a poisonous fog area. Even if the teleportation formation was discovered, it would be fine. However, just in case, the old tree was the first to scout the way. This time, the old tree walked around for a long time. After confirming that there was no ambush, he transmitted back, Young master, everything is normal. There's no ambush there. Everyone can get ready. Yi Xian said to the others. Okay. Hu Yingbo and the others nodded, then took out the antidote blood bottles and drank them. The landing point was full of poisonous fog, so they had to take the antidote blood bottles first. Otherwise, they would be poisoned as soon as they teleported there. Whoosh! The teleportation formation began to operate. A few seconds later, Yi Xian and the others were teleported to the 100 Beast Region's territory. The landing point was very safe. Because it was underground, the poisonous fog was thinner. Let's go. After landing, Hu Yingbo left without saying anything. The higher they went, the thicker the poisonous fog became. Fortunately, they had taken the antidote blood bottles, or they would all be kneeling on the ground. Soon, they reached the surface. At this moment, this place was filled with poisonous fog. Not even a blade of grass grew, and there was no living thing. There aren't many blood bottles. 2 people in a group. Hurry up. Once you find something, release the signal, Hu Yingbo said to the others. The blood bottles they brought this time were only enough for about half a month. After all, one bottle was only enough for 5 minutes. Yes. Hu Song and the other experts nodded and immediately left in pairs. As for the other 2 high-level members of the Fox clan, because they were also at the 4th layer of the Undying Soul realm like Hu Yingbua, they moved alone. As for Yi Xian, there was naturally no need to worry. He, who had received a large amount of rewards, could already break through to the 9th stage of the Undying Fleshly Body realm. At this moment, the chain random mission was finally triggered again. Ding! The 5th round of the chain random quest has been triggered. Annihilate the 5 poison divine sect. Annihilation requirement: kill the 5 poison divine sect's 5 sect leaders. The system prompted. This time, Yi Xian was really lucky. Previously, the chain of random quests usually had around 3 points. And this time, he had already reached the 5th ring. It seems that there will be good stuff after completing this chain of random quests. The corners of Yi Xian's mouth curled up slightly. What kind of reward would he get this time? Yi Xian immersed himself in the devouring space after the chain random mission notification ended. He had received quite a lot of rewards previously, so it was time for him to devour them. Ding! The host has broken through. The host is now at the 9th stage of the Undying Fleshly Body realm. Ding! The Hui Jin spirit has broken through. The host is now at the 2nd stage of the Undying Fleshly Body realm. Ding! Wei Zhentian has broken through. The host is now at the 2nd stage of the Undying Fleshly Body realm. Ding! Ghost Dome Great Emperor has broken through. The host is now at the 2nd stage of the Undying Fleshly Body realm. The 4 of them broke through instantly, and their strength skyrocketed several times. Old Tree, Ghost Dome Great Emperor, and Wei Zhentian could each take on a 5 poison beast alone. If they joined forces, not to mention the 5 poison beast, even the 5 sect leaders of the 5 poison divine sect would not be able to stop them. Not only that, but they could also use trump cards such as Blade Storm, Unicorn's Descent, Sky-Shattering Meteor Slash. The plan of the City of Beasts was to deal with the 5 poison beasts first, but Yi Xian's plan was to uproot the 5 poison divine sect. Let's go. Under Yi Xian's order, Old Tree and the others dispersed directly. Under normal circumstances, the 5 poison beasts were at the edge of the poisonous fog, so they had to move in the direction of the City of Beasts. Although Yi Xian was only at the 9th heaven Undying Physique realm, his detection ability was not inferior to Hu Yingbua and the others. No, his detection ability was stronger than Hu Yingbua's. Sky-traversing Eye of All Things. Yi Xian directly condensed an Eye of All Things, but this Eye of All Things was not discovered because it was still in the poisonous fog. As long as he could find the edge, he would be able to find the experts of the 5 poison divine sect along the edge. Yi Xian used the Eye of All Things to investigate as he hurried along. When he used the sky-traversing Eye of All Things for the 3rd time, he found the experts of the 5 poison divine sect. This place was about half a day's distance from him. It turned out that the teleportation array's landing point was near the edge of the poisonous fog, which saved him a lot of trouble. Yi Xian immediately rushed over. The expert of the 5 poison divine sect who had been discovered by Yi Xian also noticed the Eye of All Things and immediately snorted. Using the Eye of All Things again? How many times has it been? It's useless even if I descend. What's the use of just one Eye of All Things? This expert of the 5 poison divine sect was at the 3rd heaven Undying Physique realm, so he directly defeated Yi Xian's Eye of All Things. What made Yi Xian helpless was that his Eye of Space was very close to him because he had just obtained it. Unless he had something like a sky-traversing token, he could not break through the void and arrive directly. However, his sky-traversing Eye was already farther than the space fox Zhuang Fei of the 100 Fox Manor. After all, the difference in cultivation level was obvious. Although Zhuang Fei had lived for 10,000 years, he was only at the 9th heaven Undying Physique realm, while Yi Xian was at the 9th heaven Undying Physique realm. Yi Xian rushed at full speed and caught up with the expert of the 5 poison divine sect after half a day. He could deal with this level of person by himself. There was no need to summon the Old Tree. Although the poisonous fog affected his vision and prevented him from expanding his spiritual sense, Yi Xian, who had the eye of revelation, immediately captured his opponent's figure. Killing intent explosion. Void flame sword wave. When Yi Xian approached, he directly attacked. At the same time, this move was combined with the eye of space. Whoosh. Bang. The expert of the 5 poison divine sect, who was at the 3rd heaven undying physique realm, only heard 2 sounds before his head exploded. One of the sounds was the sound of his head exploding. Ding. The host's killing intent has increased. A system notification sounded. Yi Xian's killing intent had increased by a lot. Chapter 1587. In truth, Yi Xian had an idea in mind. He wanted to reach the upper limit of killing intent again in the undead physique stage. However, he had already done so many times. This time, it would be more difficult. After all, there weren't that many undead soul stage experts for him to kill. Therefore, it would depend on the situation. If he could complete it, it would be best. That way, he would have 7 devour points. After completing the first kill, Yi Xian turned his head to look again. Since there were people here, there should be others nearby. The most important thing now was to find the 5 poisons beast. However, before he could take more than a few steps, another system notification sounded. Ding. Host's killing intent has increased. It turned out that Old Tree had also discovered the enemy and was killed by a sneak attack. The 5 poison sex experts would never have thought that the 100 Beasts Realms experts would come out of the poison fog. Young master, I don't have a way to deal with souls. Old Tree transmitted his voice. I'll be right there. Yi Xian responded. He used the void locator to break through the void and arrived next to Old Tree. Then, he used the void flame sword ripple to deal with the escaping soul. He put away the yin and yang ring and returned to his post. However, the 5 poison sex expert that Old Tree ambushed was only at the undead soul stage 2. The 100 Beasts Realm sent experts who were at least at the undead soul stage 3, then the undead soul stage 4. Even the cat ancestor was sent. However, the 5 poisons sect had a special way to be immune to the poison fog. They even sent Undead Soul Stage 1 and Undead Soul Stage experts. After all, in the poison fog, they could fight against experts of the 100 Beasts realm. Unfortunately, their plan was going to fail this time. Very quickly, news came from the Ghost Dome Great Emperor and Wei Zhentian, and then Yi Xian flew over to harvest the soul. Then, Yi Xian used the Eye of Myriad to investigate. After about an hour, he finally found a figure that stood out from the rest. Found it, the 5 poisons beast. Yi Xian's eyes flashed, and he immediately rushed in that direction. This 5 poison beast had several experts of the 5 poison divine cult guarding it. Among them, there was also an undying 4th layer expert. Wanting to get rid of it was not that easy. However, with the current strength of Yi Xian and the others, killing all of these people would not be a problem. In less than half an hour, Yi Xian caught sight of the 5 poison beast with his own eyes. At the same time, he sized up the people guarding the 5 poison beast. Other than the 5 poison beasts, there was also a 4th level Undying Soul Realm expert and 5 3rd level Undying Soul Realm experts. This was not weak, but it was nothing to Yi Xian. Yi Xian immediately tore through the void and pulled Old Tree and the other 2 over. Go, leave no one alive. Yi Xian said to the 3 of them. As for him, he did not participate in the battle. Instead, he watched from the outside. Old Tree and the other 2 were all 2nd level Undying Soul Realm experts. Their auras were covered by the poisonous fog, but once they got close, they were still detected by the enemy. It's only 2 2nd level Undying Soul Realm experts. How did they enter the poisonous fog? There are actually people other than us who can move around in the poisonous fog. This is really strange. I'll go and catch them. One of the 5 poison divine cult experts growled and immediately turned around to charge. Unfortunately, this person ran into the mouth of the enemy. In just a single exchange, he was instantly killed by Old Shu. Then Yi Xian, who was in the distance, sent a few void flame sword ripples over, obliterating his soul. Go! The 4th level Undying Soul Realm expert saw this and his expression changed greatly. He immediately roared. The other 4 paused for a moment, then all rushed toward Old Tree and the other 2. To be able to survive in the poisonous fog, and to be able to kill opponents above their level, they must be from the 100 Beasts realm. Although they did not know how they could survive in the poisonous fog, they would know as long as they caught them and interrogated them. However, the 4 3rd level Undying Soul Realm experts could not stop Old Tree and the other 2. Just as they came into contact, another one was killed. This time, the 4th level Undying Soul Realm expert could not sit still and decided to personally take action. But at this time, Xiao! 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 A series of sounds broke through the air. The expert's figure paused, then he quickly dodged the invisible sword qi. He turned around and saw a young man rushing toward him. What was unbelievable was that this young man was only at the 9th level of the Undying Soul Realm. What was wrong with this world? It was fine that a 9th level Undying Soul Realm brat could survive in the poisonous fog, but he actually dared to intercept a 4th level Undying Soul Realm expert. This was 4 levels above him. Your opponent is me. Yi Xian said slowly. You overestimate yourself. The 4th level Undying Soul Realm expert let out a low shout and directly charged towards Yi Xian. He was concerned about how someone could survive in the poisonous fog. Coincidentally, there was one in front of him who had no faith. As long as he caught him and forced him to become a believer, then he would know the secret of immunity to the poisonous fog. It was a pity that Yi Xian was not to be trifled with. Although challenging 4 levels above him was a bit difficult, his mission was only to delay this person for 1 or 2 seconds. It was not too difficult. Originally, the 4th level Undying Soul Realm expert thought that he could capture Yi Xian in an instant, but then he realized that he was naive. Was Yi Xian really only at the 9th level of the Undying Soul Realm? Even if he had the Eye of Space, under the circumstances of 4 levels difference, he should be killed instantly. Very quickly, 2 seconds passed, and the 3 Undying 3rd Layer 5 Poison Divine Sect experts in the distance were all killed. Seeing this, Yi Xian's eyes suddenly flashed and opened a void door in front of him. Xiao! 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 Old Tree and the other 2 rushed out of the void door and fought with the 4th level Undying Soul Realm expert. Damn it! The expert of the 5 Poison Divine Sect cursed and glanced into the distance. In the distance was the 5 Poison Beast, but at this time, it was not moving at all, as if it had fallen into a deep sleep. Following the expert's gaze, Yi Xian raised his eyebrows and in the next moment, his heart trembled violently. This 5 Poisons Beast was not sleeping in, but ovulating. Damn, if the 5 Poison Beast reproduces, what will happen? Yi Xian was shocked. With the eye of revelation, he saw that there were already several white eggs under the 5 Poison Beast's big butt. In the eggs was a small 5 Poison Beast. What a coincidence, while you're down, I'll take your life. Yi Xian did not say anything and directly turned around and rushed toward the 5 Poison Beast. Not good. The 5 Poison Sect expert's expression changed greatly. Just as he wanted to chase, he was stopped by Old Tree and the other 2. Chapter 1588. Fortunately, this expert from the 5 Poison Sect was not an ordinary 4th grade Undying Soul Realm expert. He had already reached the peak. Otherwise, he would have perished. However, even so, he could not hold on for long. Very quickly, Yi Xian approached the 5 Poison Beast and attacked without hesitation. Whoosh! 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 Streaks of void flame sword waves swept towards the insect eggs. However, the 5 Poison Beast would not watch its children die before they were born. The snake turned around and used its pincers to block Yi Xian's attack. The 5 Poison Beast was a hybrid of scorpion, snake, centipede, toad, and spider. It was not easy to deal with. Unfortunately, Yi Xian had another trick up his sleeve. The pincers are quite tough, but can you block this move? Yi Xian's eyes flashed as he activated the Eye of Space. Swish! A crisp sound rang out as a spatial crack tore open in the area of the insect eggs. In an instant, the insect eggs that were over 10 meters tall were cut in half. The upper half fell into the spatial crack and disappeared. Hiss! When the 5 poison beasts saw that its children had all died before they were born, it roared angrily at the sky. Unfortunately, it did not know what the Eye of Space was and did not know how to dodge. Watch how I dismember you. Yi Xian's eyes widened as cold light flashed continuously as he activated the Eye of Space. Swish! 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 Crisp sounds rang out as the 5 poison beast was dismembered, but it was not dead yet. Due to the difference in realm, Yi Xian could not see through the 5 poison beast. However, he knew that there should be a weak point in the 5 poison beast's body. Found it. Yi Xian used the Eye of Revelation and finally found the weak point of the 5 poison beast. It was a purplish-black 5 poison pearl. As soon as this 5 poison pearl appeared, it was directly shattered into 2 halves by a space crack, and the other half was also missing. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. A system notification sounded, proving that the 5 poison beast was dead. There was still a difference between indestructible heaven-reaching beasts and humans. Heaven-reaching beasts with indestructible heaven-reaching beasts with indestructible bodies. If he didn't die, he could use the undying blood essence to restore his physical body. Once he died, his soul would immediately dissipate. Even if it was an undying soul realm heavenly beast, its soul would be destroyed upon death. Hence, Yi Xian did not need to do anything. Instead, the Elegy of Souls boosted his strength. When the remaining expert of the 5 poison divine sect saw the 5 poison beast fall, his eyes almost popped out. Each of the 5 poisons beasts was cultivated using millions of offerings and countless heavenly materials and earthly treasures. How could they die just like that? He was furious, but there was nothing he could do. Instead, he himself was going to die. Who are you? This 4th-degree undying soul realm expert of the 5 poison divine sect could not figure out where Yi Xian and the others had come from. Unfortunately, Yi Xian was not prepared to answer this question. 3 seconds later, his head was chopped off by the Ghost Dome Great Emperor, then exploded by the old tree. Finally, his soul was obliterated by Yi Xian. Of the 5 poison beasts, only 4 were left. This 5 poison beast can lay eggs. The smaller ones must be able to spread the poison mist as well. But this time, even the cat ancestor has been mobilized. The other 4 poison beasts should not be a problem. Yi Xian thought to himself. He tore through the air and returned to the transportation array from that day. His plan was to first kill a 5 poison beast, then enter the 5 poison territory. This time, his target was the Sky Spider sect. The 100 Beast region was responsible for blocking the 5 poison beasts and preventing the poison mist from spreading. As for Yi Xian, he was to enter the enemy's territory and prepare to uproot them. Soon, he was back in the 5 poison territory. Last time, he had been chased out of the 5 poison territory. This time, he was here for revenge. There were only 5 sects in the 5 poison territory. They were the Golden Toad sect, the Sky Spider sect, the 1,000 Feet sect, the Cthulhuism Society, the Snake Shadow Palace, and some other families. However, these 5 sects had many branches. There was a branch of the Cthulhuism Society at the edge of the 5 poison territory. Yi Xian immediately rushed over. Along the way, he encountered many experts who wanted to enter the 100 Beast region. However, without exception, they were all killed by him. Soon, Yi Xian arrived at the Cthulhuism Society branch. Don't leave a single one. Kill. Yi Xian summoned the 3 old tree members who were in a hurry. The leader of this Cthulhuism Society branch was only at the Undying Soul second realm. He could not even block one punch from the old tree. Naturally, he would have to bear the brunt of the destruction of his sect. Yi Xian was currently at the Undying Soul 9th realm. He wanted to reach the upper limit of his killing intent value once in this realm. After exchanging devour points several times, it was not so easy to reach the upper limit of his killing intent value. It was impossible to reach it without killing. Immediately, this Cthulhuism Society branch set off a reign of terror. In less than a minute, the 10,000 people in the branch were all dead. Not only did Yi Xian obtain a large amount of killing intent value, he also received a lot of Elegy of Souls buffs. The last time he used Death's Gaze twice in a row, the Elegy of Souls buff was directly reduced to 40%. However, now, he could probably quickly make up for it. After destroying this Cthulhuism Society branch, Yi Xian quickly left. They split into 3 groups and found another branch in less than half a day. This time, it was the Golden Toad Sect's branch. This Golden Toad Sect branch was similar to the previous Cthulhuism Society branch. In less than a minute, it was destroyed by Yi Xian. Although there were only 4 of them, and one of them was a piercing heaven weapon, the Ghost Dome Great Emperor's technique was really too powerful. Now that the Ghost Dome Great Emperor was at the Undying Soul 2nd realm, those who died would be revived by his will of death. If he killed one, there would be one less enemy, and one more person on his side. This ability was really too terrifying. Then, Yi Xian quickly left again. This time, he wanted to roam the entire 5 poison realm and destroy all the branches. Finally, he would uproot the 5 poison sect to prevent future troubles. The experts of the 100 Beasts region all had half a month's worth of antidotes in their yin and yang rings. However, as long as the 5 poison beast was killed, the poison fog would be dispersed by them, so Yi Xian was not worried. At this time, he had already arrived in front of a teleportation formation. In just 2 days, Yi Xian had consecutively destroyed 5 branches of the 5 poison sect. It was simply too fast. The nearby branches were all destroyed, so he had to teleport away and find his next target. However, just as he was about to enter the teleportation palace, whoosh! The teleportation formation suddenly activated. This time, someone was teleporting over. Seeing this, Yi Xian and the others immediately became alert. 99% of the people teleporting over were from the 5 poison sect. After a few seconds, the teleportation formation stopped. Chapter 1589. F***CK, 5 Poison Beast? Yi Xian was shocked. This time, there were actually 5 poison beasts, and 3 of them in a row. In addition, there were many experts of the 5 poison sect beside the 5 poison beasts. There were 3 Undying Soul Realm experts, more than 10 Undying Soul Realm experts, and hundreds of Undying Soul Realm experts. Even if the cat ancestor was here, he would have to be careful. However, Yi Xian wasn't afraid. 3 5 poison beasts, 3 Undying Soul Realm experts. This was a large amount of killing intent and enhancement for him. Ghost Dome Great Emperor, Undying Soul Realm. Might shocks the heavens, Sword Storm. Killing Feast. Yi Xian's reaction was extremely fast. As soon as he landed, his brain spun and he made a decision. Kill. Before the people in the transfer palace could react, the blood sword swept in. What? The 3 leading experts were shocked. They didn't expect that someone would ambush them at the transfer palace. What was going on? Almost instantly, there were only a few living people left in the transfer palace. Other than the 3 Undying Soul Realm experts and the 5 poison beasts, there were only a few Undying Soul Realm experts left. As for the others, their heads were all pierced by the first wave of blood swords. Hundreds of wandering souls were piled up in the transfer palace. After the Undying Soul Realm and Killing Feast's enhancement, the sword storm was extremely powerful. After 2 rounds, only the 3 5 poison beasts were left. This time, even the 3 Undying Soul Realm experts were dead. If it weren't for the strong defense of the 3 5 poison beasts, they would have died in this wave. However, they definitely couldn't survive the 3rd round. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. After the blood sword swept through, the 3-5 poison beasts fell directly. Ding, the host's killing intent has increased. Ding, the host's killing intent has increased. Ding, the host's killing intent has increased. Then Yi Xian quickly rushed into the transfer palace and used the Eye of Revelation to capture the wandering souls. Then, his doppelganger continuously used the Void Flame Sword Wave to attack. This time, he made a lot of money. Soon, the wandering souls in the transfer palace were all cleaned up and turned into the Elegy of Souls Enhancement. At this time, the Elegy of Souls Enhancement had increased to 49%, almost 50%. This time, the 5 poison sect's vitality will be greatly damaged. The corners of Yi Xian's mouth slightly curled up. He glanced at the attribute panel and discovered that his killing intent had already reached 4/5. Killing people could get killing intent points, but don't forget, this was not the only way to get killing intent points. Devouring weapons that had been killed could also be done. Sometimes, killing slaughter weapons killing intent, killing beasts killing intent, or killing soul realm experts. Teleport. The corners of Yi Xian's mouth slightly curled up. Then, he had Old Shu teleport first. After confirming the surroundings, he followed. Originally, Yi Xian thought that the 5 poison divine sect had only nurtured 5 poison beasts, but he didn't expect another 3 to appear. In this way, the 5 poison sect might not have as many experts as Xianxian, but for Yi Xian, this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. But before going to the 5 poison sect, Yi Xian had to increase his killing intent to the upper limit first. In the next 3 days, he did as he pleased in the 5 poison territory, destroying nearly 10 sections. The 5 poison sect suffered heavy losses. After 3 days, Bladestorm's cooldown was restored. At the same time, his killing intent finally reached the upper limit again. Ding! Host's killing intent has reached the upper limit. Would you like to exchange it for devour points? Yes. Ding! Killing intent has been cleared. Host has obtained 1 devour point. Now, Yi Xian already had 7 devour points. He only needed 2 more points to fuse the 2 battle bloodlines. In fact, he could reclaim some of his skills now, but he was not in a hurry. Moreover, the Old Tree and Ghost Dome Emperor's skills were useful, so there was no need to reclaim them. What if they were useful in the future? After reaching the upper limit of his killing intent, Yi Xian did not stop there. After killing so many people, the things he collected were enough for him to break through. Ding! Host has broken through. Current level is Undying Soul Stage 1. Ding! Huijin's spirit has broken through. Current level is Undying Soul Stage 3. Ding! Wei Zhentian has broken through. Current level is Undying Soul Stage 3. Ding! Ghost Dome Emperor has broken through. Current level is Undying Soul Stage 3. System notifications rang out one after another. Now, Yi Xian had enough strength to do as he pleased in the 5 poison territory. 5 poison sect, prepare to die. Yi Xian's eyes flickered. Then, he directly used the teleportation formation. This time, he did not need the old tree to scout the way. Even if the 5 poison sect leaders were on the other side of the teleportation formation, he was not afraid. Hua! The teleportation formation began to operate. After a few seconds, Yi Xian arrived at his destination. This teleportation formation led to the 5 poison sect's vicinity. Yi Xian estimated that it would take about a day to reach the 5 poison sect. Although he had already used the Blade Storm, with his current strength, it was not difficult for him to directly kill his way into the 5 poison sect. Immediately, he rushed towards the 5 poison sect's headquarters. The 5 poison sect's headquarters was similar to the City of Beasts in the 100 Beast territory. It was made up of the Golden Toad sect, the Sky Spider sect, the 1,000 Feet sect, the Evil God Society and the Snake Shadow Palace. The 5 poison sect leaders also lived there. This time, Yi Xian had triggered the 5th round of the chain random mission, which was to kill the 5 poison sect leaders. However, if any of them were not in the 5 poison sect, it would be troublesome. I hope all 5 of you are here. Then, I can kill all of you in one fell swoop. On the way, Yi Xian could not help but think about it. Soon, a day and a half passed. After this period of hurrying, Yi Xian finally arrived at the 5 poison sect. At this time, Yi Xian was concealing his aura and hiding. There were a total of 5 entrances to the 5 poison sect's headquarters. The Sky Spider sect, the Golden Toad sect, the Snake Shadow Palace, the Cthulhuism Society, and the Thousand-Legged sect each had 1 entrance. In fact, it was just the headquarters of the 5 factions combined. However, at this time, the 5 poison sect's headquarters was closed. No one went out, and no one went in. A strange atmosphere began to spread. This is strange. Yi Xian used his eye of revelation to scan the area from afar. However, due to the distance and the protection of the formation outside the 5 poison sect's headquarters, he could not see inside. In fact, Yi Xian had already arrived at the 5 poison sect half a day ago. He walked around the 5 poison sect and found that the 5 entrances were closed. Old Tree and the others were guarding 3 of the entrances, but they did not see anyone go out. Something was fishy. Chapter 1590. Could it be that the 5 poison sect is still holding a sacrifice to cultivate the 5 poison beasts? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows as this thought flashed through his mind. Before he could continue thinking about it, the door in front of him suddenly opened. This was the Cthulhuism sect's door. Rumble. The door opened and a group of martial artists walked out. Their realms were not low, at least in the Undying Soul realm. The stronger ones were in the Undying Soul realm. In addition, there were 3 5 poison beasts. As expected. Seeing this, Yi Xian believed that his guess was right. The 5 poison sect was indeed cultivating the 5 poison beasts and sending them to the 100 beast territory to speed up the spread of the poison fog. If Yi Xian's blood had not been able to detoxify the poison, the 5 poison beasts would have been enough to flatten the entire 100 beast territory. Yi Xian thought that the experts in the 100 beast territory had alerted the enemy and sent the news back to the 5 poison sect. That was why the 5 poison sect kept sending the 5 poison beasts to join the battle. Since that was the case, Yi Xian would let them die halfway. This team was similar to the team in the teleportation palace. They both had 3 Undying Soul Realm experts. If each of the 5 poison beasts had an Undying Soul Realm expert by their side, then there would be 11 of them. The 5 poison sect's strength was about the same as the City of Beasts, so Yi Xian guessed that there should not be many experts left in the 5 poison sect. But now, Yi Xian was prepared to deal with this group of people rushing to the front line first. If it was before, Yi Xian would naturally choose to wait until the opponent was far away before making a move. But now that he had the strength, there was no need to do so. Just one word, kill. Immediately, he summoned Old Shu and the other 2 over, and then directly rushed out to kill them. Who's there? The expert at the front of the team noticed an unfamiliar aura and immediately shouted. At this time, they were under the city wall and the door was not closed, so Yi Xian had to stop them from closing the door. Otherwise, he would have to break the array by force. Fortunately, the Old Tree, who had broken through to the 3rd stage of the Undying Soul realm, was so fast that he could fly up and kill his way into the enemy formation. When this group of experts felt the unfamiliar aura in the team, they immediately raised their spirits. Many people did not even think before launching an attack. Xiao! 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 Countless sonic booms could be heard. In the face of these attacks, the Old Tree did not mind at all and directly used a skill. Raging Inferno Cover. Raging Inferno Cover was a very practical skill. Now that Old Tree had broken through to the 3rd stage of the Undying Soul realm, the defensive capabilities of the Raging Inferno Cover were extremely strong. The Raging Inferno Shield absorbed all the attacks from the surrounding hundreds of people. Then, the Raging Inferno Shield exploded. Bang! The Raging Inferno Dome exploded, and all the people around the Old Tree were shattered into pieces, their heads exploding. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. Ding. Host's killing intent has increased. Ding. Host's killing intent has increased. A series of system notifications rang in Yi Xian's mind. This attack directly caused the death of over 200 people. Of course, the majority of these 200 people were at the second and first level of the Undying Soul Realm. There was only one third-level Undying Soul Realm martial artist that was killed by the explosion. Ouch! My interspatial ring. At this time, Yi Xian recalled that not only did these people die, but even the interspatial ring was blown away. However, the raging inferno cover's power was too great. The city walls were directly blown apart, and the door could no longer be closed. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the Ghost Dome Great Emperor hurriedly rushed over. His eyes flickered a few times, and all the dead people who were lower than him were turned into his battle corpses. In an instant, the 200 people who died just now were almost all resurrected, except for the third stage of the Undying Soul Realm. However, these resurrected people were useless because the strength of the old tree and the others were not like before. At this time, the Ghost Dome Great Emperor and Wei Zhentian just happened to arrive and started killing. There were 5 poison divine sect experts at the 4th layer of the Undying Soul Realm and 5 poison beasts at the 4th layer of the Undying Soul Realm. However, under the siege of the Ghost Dome Great Emperor and the Old Tree, these 6 4th stage Undying Soul Realm experts were all killed in less than 5 rounds. Ding. Host's killing intent has increased. Ding. Host's killing intent has increased. Ding. Host's killing intent has increased. Yi Xian obtained a lot of killing intent, and there was also the Elegy of Soul's Enhancement. After this period of killing, the Elegy of Soul's Enhancement had reached 55%, which was not bad. Previously, in order to kill the young Lord of Poison Spider, Yi Xian let the Ghost Dome Great Emperor use the Death Gaze twice, which consumed 10% of the enhancement. At that time, Yi Xian was heartbroken for a long time. Now, he thought that unless it was a critical moment, he should not use the Death Gaze. Then, Yi Xian collected the spoils of war, and after his cultivation increased, he quickly rushed in. Although the movement here was not big, with so many auras not leaving the 5 poison divine sect, it was impossible for the 5 poison divine sect not to notice. At this moment, Yi Xian had already killed his way into the 5 poison divine sect. With his outstanding spiritual sense, he found that there were not many people in the 5 poison divine sect. It could be described as very few. However, in the distant sky, there was a strange energy rising. Go! Yi Xian did not say anything and directly rushed to the center. Along the way, there were some experts of the 5 poison divine sect, but they were all first and second stage Undying Soul Realm experts. Before they could react, they were dealt with by the Old Tree and the Ghost Dome Great Emperor. Yi Xian did not see a single Undying Soul Realm disciple of the 5 poison divine sect. Could it be, suddenly, a thought flashed in Yi Xian's mind. Although the 5 poison divine sect was the overlord of the 5 poison realm, there should be many geniuses under them. Why was there not a single Undying Soul Realm disciple? Could it be that these disciples were also used as sacrifices? If that was the case, then the 5 poison divine sect was a little too cruel. Very quickly, Yi Xian approached the rising energy. Relying on the eye of insight, he looked from afar and saw a black pillar of light that soared into the sky. Yi Xian immediately soared into the sky and jumped into the sky to take a look. In the next moment, he was shocked. Beside the black pillar of light was a huge pit outside the altar. Countless corpses were piled up inside, and there were many sacrifices standing outside the pit. Among them were people wearing the 5 poison divine sex disciple robes. They surrounded the huge pit and stood at a designated spot. Then, their souls suddenly left their bodies and were absorbed by the black pillar of light. As for their corpses, they were pushed into the huge pit by the 5 poison divine sex elders with the power of all creations. At the same time, there were some large figures swimming in the huge pit. They fed on corpses and would grow after eating a certain amount of corpses. Chapter 1591. Just as I thought. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. If he wasn't used to it, he would have vomited. The 5 poison beasts were indeed feeding on corpses to grow. There were already more than 100 of them. Of course, these 5 poison beasts were not fully grown yet. Compared to the ones Yi Xian saw, they were much smaller. They were probably only at the 2nd level of the undying soul realm. The 5 poison sect was indeed cruel. Even their disciples were not spared and were used as sacrifices. However, Yi Xian scanned the area with his eye of revelation and found 5 figures under the black light pillar. The 5 sect leaders of the 5 poison sect? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. These 5 people corresponded to the 5 tribes of the 5 poison sect. In addition, they were all at the 5th level of the undying soul realm. There was no doubt that they were the 5 sect leaders of the 5 poison sect. At this time, these 5 people were standing in the middle of the black light pillar. There was an array outside the pillar that was absorbing the spiritual energy of the black light pillar and feeding it back to the 5 people. Their auras were constantly growing. So the sacrifice is mainly to increase their strength. The 5 poison beasts are only secondary. Yi Xian immediately reacted. He guessed that the 5 sect leaders wanted to use this opportunity to break through to the 6th level of the undying soul realm. If it was only 5 5th level undying soul realm experts, Yi Xian was not afraid. However, if they all broke through to the 6th level of the undying soul realm, it would be a little tricky. After all, these 5 people were the sect leaders of the 5 poison sect. Their battle strength was outstanding and would not be easy to deal with. In that case, they must be killed before they broke through. At the very least, they must be interrupted. Go. At that moment, Yi Xian directly summoned Old Tree and the other 2 and directly charged over. The sudden appearance of their auras immediately attracted the attention of the surrounding 5 poison divine sect elders. They must be from the 100 Beasts region. Kill them. We can't let them disturb the sect leaders. Immediately, all of the elders at the 3rd and 4th level of the undying soul realm pounced towards Yi Xian. It was a pity that today's battle was of the utmost importance. As such, Yi Xian did not need to hold back anymore and directly asked the Ghost Dome Great Emperor to use his undying fighting soul. As for him and the Old Tree, they were in charge of blocking the elders. Swish! Ghost Dome Great Emperor and Wei Zhentian, who had activated their undying battle souls, had all of their attributes increased by 2 folds. They immediately opened up a bloody path as they charged towards the black light pillar. At the same time, the Ghost Dome Great Emperor's Will of Death was activated, reviving the hundreds of thousands of corpses below. However, Yi Xian was too naive because the Ghost Dome Great Emperor and Wei Zhentian were suddenly blocked by the formation on the altar. A nameless junior actually dares to come and disturb us. You're really courting death. The Cthulhuism Societies 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 Cthulhuism Societies, bang. The black light pillar suddenly released a black aura that directly penetrated Ghost Dome Great Emperor. Fortunately, the Ghost Dome Great Emperor's injuries did not exceed 4/5 and could still recover. However, Yi Xian's expression turned solemn when he saw this scene. He quickly sent the Ghost Dome Great Emperor and Wei Zhentian back to the planting space. He was too careless. With the eye of revelation, he actually did not see the protective formation on the altar. He also did not expect the formation to be so powerful. The attack just now had already damaged 3/5 of the Ghost Dome Great Emperor, almost killing him. Once the Ghost Dome Great Emperor died, the effect of the undying battle soul would disappear. Therefore, he could not die. Since that was the case, Yi Xian changed his plan and killed these annoying elders first. As for the formation, he would leave it to the hundreds of thousands of battle corpses. In an instant, the Ghost Dome Great Emperor controlled the battle corpses and charged towards the altar. The experts in the 5 Poison Divine sect had been sent to the front lines to invade the 100 Beast region. 2 batches of them had been killed by Yi Xian. Therefore, there were not many experts left. However, the 5 Poison Divine sect made use of the sacrificial formation to forcefully raise 10 4th-grade Undying Soul Realm experts. Unfortunately, this level of cultivation was no longer a threat to Yi Xian. In less than 10 seconds, 13 4th-grade Undying Soul Realm experts and more than 30 3rd-grade Undying Soul Realm experts were all killed. In addition, the hundreds of 5 poison beasts that had yet to mature were also killed. Not even a single one of them was left behind. After Yi Xian collected these people's interspatial rings, he sized up the altar. The hundreds of thousands of battle corpses could not even get close to the altar. They were directly blasted into pieces by the black aura. One had to know that this black pillar of light was condensed from their souls. When the 5 sect masters saw that all the experts under their command were killed, they couldn't help but be shocked. A bunch of trash. Even if their cultivation level increased, they are still trash. Where did these people come from? How could they kill their way into the 5 Poison Divine sect? They are definitely not from the 100 Beast region. A human, a demon, and a rare mutated beast, the Ghost Dome Great Emperor. They should be from somewhere else. No matter what, they can't break this formation condensed from tens of millions of souls. They can only watch. After this period of soul refinement, our souls have become extremely strong. As long as the sacrifice is complete, we will definitely break through to the 6th grade Undying Soul Realm. In the future, our cultivation speed will greatly increase. It is not impossible for us to reach the reaching heaven state. Don't worry about those juniors outside. As long as we succeed this time, let alone the 5 Poison Divine sect, even if all the people of the 5 Poison Realm die, so what? Under the black pillar of light, the sect masters of the 5 Poison Divine sect were chatting with a relaxed expression. This formation was set up by tens of millions of souls of sacrifices. Even if the 3 city lords of the 100 Beast region brought their experts here, they would not be able to break it, so they were not worried. At this time, Yi Xian had killed all the living creatures around the altar. The effect of the Undying Soul Realm had also worn off. This formation is too strong. Even if I use the Unicorn Descent, I don't think I can break it. Yi Xian watched with a grave expression. Then he directly marked the sect master of the Sky Spider sect and tried to use the Eye of Assassination. Ding! Failed. The system notified. This was the first time Yi Xian had failed. It seemed that this formation was indeed extremely strong. After all, Yi Xian had not seen through it at first with the Eye of Revelation. However, Yi Xian still had a trump card, and that was the Eye of Space. Unfortunately, he was still too naive. He had originally wanted to tear open space and pass through the formation, but he found that the other end of the tear appeared outside the formation. This formation, formed from the combination of countless souls, had actually blocked the tear in space. This was at least a reaching heaven state formation. This was troublesome. I didn't expect the 5 Poison Divine sect to have a reaching heaven state formation. This is a tragedy. Chapter 1592. Ascension Realm elites could tear space apart to engage in battle. Yi Xian had the Eye of Space, so he could use the ability of space in advance. But now, his Eye of Space had no effect on this formation. This meant that the space within the formation was very stable and couldn't be broken. This formation was equivalent to the environment within an Ascension Realm elite's body. It was extremely stable, so there wouldn't be any space cracks within. However, Yi Xian was able to see through the weakness of this formation, and that was soul force. As long as the soul energy was constantly depleted, the formation would continue to weaken. Regardless of whether this formation was used for defense or attack, it would consume soul energy, so it was easy to deal with. One word: attack. Kill. Yi Xian ordered Old Tree's trio once again. They immediately blended in with the battle corpses and attacked the formation. Boom. 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 The soul array was constantly consuming soul energy to withstand the attacks, but it wasn't much. Attacking the formation is just a waste of energy. The greater the number of souls in the formation, the stronger its defense. Even if the 5 city lords of the City of 100 Beasts were here, it would probably take them 7 days to break it. Sky Spider snorted in his heart. His gaze fell on Yi Xian. He remembered Yi Xian because Yi Xian had killed his youngest son. However, at this critical moment, he naturally wouldn't rush out and kill Yi Xian. As long as he came out of seclusion, Yi Xian would definitely die. The other 4 sect leaders also heard the commotion, but they didn't even have the urge to open their eyes. They just quietly absorbed the soul energy. Yi Xian, who was outside, frowned as he looked at the formation. At this time, the Ghost Dome Great Emperor and the others had already joined the battle for 3 seconds. However, in these 3 seconds, the damage they caused was still not comparable to the 5 Great Sect Masters' attack on the Ghost Dome Great Emperor. If this continued, how long would it take? But at this moment, Ghost Dome Great Emperor suddenly sent a message. What? You said you have a way to break this formation? Yi Xian was shocked. In the next moment, he knew Ghost Dome Great Emperor's method. Dirge of Souls. Wasn't the Elegy of Souls supposed to absorb souls to increase the strength of Ghost Dome Emperor, Yi Xian, and the others? With so many souls gathered here, this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. However, Yi Xian didn't have a corresponding skill, so he could only rely on Ghost Dome Emperor. Good, let's kill them. Yi Xian nodded. Ghost Dome Great Emperor began to make preparations. After a while, he began to absorb the soul energy rapidly. At the same time, the buff of the soul of Elegy also began to increase bit by bit. In the beginning, this absorption of soul power was very slow, so the 5 Poison Divine Sect leaders inside did not notice. However, after the Ghost Dome Great Emperor absorbed the energy for a while, they felt that something was amiss. There seemed to be some changes in the order of the soul array. The speed of the soul power being fed back to them suddenly slowed down. However, they did not pay much attention to it. 56, 57, 58, Yi Xian observed his status panel as he allowed the Ghost Dome Great Emperor to absorb the soul energy. These values were the buff of the Elegy of Souls. In the beginning, it took 2 minutes to increase by 1 point. However, as time went on, it became 1 minute. At this point, almost 10 minutes had passed. The Ghost Dome Great Emperor's absorption of soul power had increased sharply. Soon, the buff had reached 60%. It was impossible for the 5 sect leaders to not notice it now. Damn it, someone is absorbing the soul energy outside. The Sky Spider sect leader roared when he noticed the abnormality. Once the array is activated, it can't be stopped. We can't leave now, so we have to attack with the soul array. The Golden Toad sect leader roared and diverted some of his attention to control the soul array. A black aura rushed out and blasted the battle corpses, blocking the way into pieces. Then, it hit the Ghost Dome Great Emperor. Last time, the Ghost Dome Great Emperor's body was penetrated. However, this time, the black aura was absorbed by the Ghost Dome Great Emperor, increasing the buff of the Elegy of Souls by 5,000ths. Ha ha ha, many thanks. Yi Xian couldn't help but mock when he saw the situation. However, he immediately shut his mouth. What if he angered the 5 sect leaders and they came out to kill him? If the 5 sect leaders came out, he could complete his chain random mission. However, if they died, who would operate the soul array? This was a buff. Damned brat. The fiend god cult leader cursed. The soul array's attack was ineffective against the Ghost Dome Great Emperor. They couldn't leave, and there were no other experts in the 5 Poison Divine cult. Therefore, they could only choose to turn a blind eye. After all, they had no other choice. This way, the Ghost Dome Great Emperor would have time to absorb the soul energy and increase his buff. After preparing for a while, the Ghost Dome Great Emperor's speed increased. The soul energy gathered by the soul array was rapidly absorbed. The buff increased from 1 point per minute to 1 point per half a minute, and then to 25 seconds, when the Elegy of Souls buff reached 80%, the soul energy gathered by the array was reduced to 2/3. This time, the 5 sect leaders panicked. Originally, they planned to take half a month to absorb all the soul energy. That was why they sent a large number of experts to invade the 100 Beast region to prevent the experts of the 100 Beast region from coming here. However, they didn't expect that Yi Xian would suddenly appear and absorb the soul energy right under their noses. This was really strange. Under such circumstances, let alone half a month, they wouldn't even be able to hold on for half an hour. Everyone, return all the soul energy to me and let me break through first. At this time, the Sky Spider sect leader suddenly said. The soul array had been operating for several days. They had also absorbed the soul energy for several days, but they hadn't completely refined it yet. The Sky Spider was the strongest among them. Before the soul array was activated, he was already at the peak of the 5th layer Undying Soul Realm. If he received the soul energy of the 4 sect leaders, he might be able to break through in a short time. The other 4 sect leaders looked at each other and immediately made a decision. They discharged all the soul energy they had received and gathered it with the Sky Spider. The Sky Spider's eyes lit up when he received so much soul energy. However, refining the soul energy required time. Even if he was given time, he would need at least a day to break through. Right now, there wasn't so much time for him. Refine by force. The Sky Spider opened his eyes wide and made a decision. Chapter 1593. The Sky Spider began to forcibly refine the soul energy. This was very damaging to his soul. After all, it was like a skinny person forcibly stuffing a large amount of food into his body to become a fatty. If he was not careful, his soul would be destroyed. However, the Sky Spider was originally at the peak of the Undying Soul Realm. As long as he was careful, it would not be a problem. Even so, it took him a full 10 minutes to do so. 10 minutes later, the strength of the soul array had been reduced by half. Fortunately, the Sky Spider had successfully broken through to the 6th stage of the Undying Soul Realm. Since he had already broken through, then there was no need for him to absorb any more soul energy. He directly charged out. In these 10 minutes, the Ghost Dome Great Emperor had also absorbed a lot of soul energy. The Elegy of Souls amplification had increased to 90%. Although the Undying Battle Soul could no longer be used, the Ghost Dome Great Emperor was not afraid of the opponent. However, he still needed to continue absorbing soul energy. Hence, Yi Xian would not let him participate in the battle. Old Tree, Wei Zhentian, delay the Sky Spider. Yi Xian immediately ordered the two of them. As for himself, he naturally took action personally. He estimated that as long as the Ghost Dome Great Emperor absorbed all the soul energy in the soul array, the amplification would at least double. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity that could not be missed. Although he could ask the Ghost Dome Great Emperor to stop first and then join forces to kill the Heavenly Spider who had broken through to the 6th layer of the Undying Soul Realm, wouldn't the 4 sect masters be scared out of their wits? The Sky Spider who was at the Undying Soul Realm couldn't defeat Yi Xian. What could they, who were only at the Undying Soul Realm, do? At that time, the soul array might be removed by them. That would not be worth it. Hence, Yi Xian's plan was to stall for time and delay the Sky Spider so that the Ghost Dome Great Emperor could continue absorbing soul energy. In the array, the Sky Spider glanced at Yi Xian and directly charged at the Ghost Dome Great Emperor. Although Yi Xian had killed the young Lord of Poisonous Spider, there were many of his descendants among the people Yi Xian had killed. The most important thing now was to deal with the Ghost Dome Great Emperor. 8 Spider Spear. The Sky Spider didn't dare to be careless. After all, Yi Xian and the others had killed dozens of experts in succession. Among them were 13 elders at the Undying Soul Realm. Their battle prowess was at least at the Undying Soul Realm 5th stage. Swish. 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 With a series of sonic booms, the 8 spider legs on the back of the Sky Spider attacked Ghost Dome Great Emperor. These 8 spider legs were all coated in poison. Furthermore, it was a poison of the soul. Unfortunately, the Ghost Dome Great Emperor was no pushover. He took the 8th spider spear head-on without batting an eyelid. Moreover, there was no reaction because he had the immortal phoenix bloodline in his body. Coincidentally, the old tree arrived first. He flashed behind the sky spider and smashed down with his fist. Too naive. The corner of Sky Spider's mouth curled up slightly. When Old Tree punched out, 8 spider legs extended from his back and pierced through Old Tree's body at lightning speed. However, the naive one wasn't the Old Tree. It was him. A total of 16 spider legs pierced through the Ghost Dome Great Emperor and Old Tree respectively. However, what was surprising was that they weren't able to kill the two. Yi Xian, who arrived in a hurry, smirked and used the Eye of Space. Kacha. 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 A series of crisp sounds echoed. The 8 spider legs that pierced through the Ghost Dome Great Emperor's body were all broken by the spatial cracks. If the sky spider was inside the array, Yi Xian wouldn't be able to do anything to him. However, the sky spider came out by himself. Why would Yi Xian be afraid of him? What a joke. Swish. After breaking the 8 spider legs, Yi Xian swiftly slashed out a few more slashes. This time, the exit of the spatial crack was right in front of the sky spider. The sky spider's expression changed drastically. He quickly used his spider legs to block the attacks. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Wei Jintian quickly turned into a giant bell and enveloped the Ghost Dome Great Emperor. Only the side close to the soul array was exposed to protect the Ghost Dome Great Emperor from being affected. Brat, no matter where you came from, you will die today. The sky spider roared. At this moment, he didn't care so much. He would kill first. The 8 spider spears that pierced through the old tree's body suddenly bloomed like a flower. The sharp spider legs directly tore the old tree's body into pieces. Then, he threw a punch at Yi Xian. Unfortunately, the old tree wouldn't die so easily. Ding! The spirit of ash has died. Ding! The spirit of ash has revived. In an instant, the old tree appeared in front of Yi Xian again. Then, he used all his strength to destroy the sky spider's attack. If it was before, it would be very difficult for him and Yi Xian to defeat the sky spider together. However, don't forget that the Ghost Dome Great Emperor had absorbed a lot of soul force just now, and the amplification of the soul's elegy had increased from 55% to 80%. With Yi Xian's ability, it shouldn't be a problem for him to stall the sky spider. Seeing the old tree revive, the sky spider couldn't help but be stunned. However, he didn't think too much about it. Kill. In an instant, he fought with Yi Xian and the other two. Earlier, Yi Xian had already used the death pursuit order to mark the sky spider. In addition, with the Dark Knight canopy and other skills, even if there was a difference of 4 realms, Yi Xian was confident that he could fight the sky spider. In addition, with the help of the old tree, how difficult would it be to hold back the sky spider? On the other side, the Ghost Dome Great Emperor was focused on absorbing soul energy. Wei Jintian was also focused on protecting him. When the 4 great sect masters saw that the sky spider was actually being held back, they all revealed looks of shock. One of them was at the Undying Soul Realm, while the other was at the Undying Soul Realm. How could they be able to surpass so many realms to challenge the Undying Soul Realm? Damn it. If this continues, the Ghost Dome Great Emperor will break the soul array we built with great difficulty. The Snake Shadow Sect Master's expression changed greatly. We can't let them ruin the plan. I'll do it. Suddenly, the pot-bellied golden toad school leader let out a low roar and charged out of the formation. Soul-extinguishing venom. After the golden toad sect master left the soul array, he directly spat out a mouthful of golden venom at the giant bell that Wei Jintian had transformed into. Pooh! Sizzle! When the venom landed on Wei Jintian's body, he immediately began to melt. The Golden Toad sect master's strength was not weak. Even his blood was highly toxic, let alone the pure venom that he refined. Unfortunately, Wei Jintian possessed the Undying Phoenix bloodline. Although the golden venom was strong, it couldn't corrode a hole in his body. Seeing this, the Golden Toad sect master spat out another mouthful of golden venom. However, this time, it had no effect on Wei Zhentian. The Undying Phoenix bloodline was an auxiliary bloodline. Since the auxiliary bloodline was shared by both master and servant, the venom in the golden venom was already immune. It was no different from water. Chapter 1594. Damn it, I'm going to swallow you all. The Golden Toad School's leader was furious. His entire body began to expand. In the blink of an eye, he had turned into a 100-meter-tall giant. Then, he opened his round mouth and prepared to swallow Wei Zhentian's bell. Seeing this, Yi Xian couldn't help but shake his head and curse, "Idiot." Wei Zhentian had the ability to transform. Just as the Golden Toad Hierarch was about to swallow Wei Zhentian transformed again. Countless spears suddenly extended from the top of the bell and pierced the clouds. Rip! 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 These spears easily pierced through the Golden Toad Hierarch's mouth and came out from his face. Some of them even almost pierced his head. That wasn't the point. The point was that after the spears pierced through, they suddenly bent like the 8 spider spears and grew barbs. It was impossible for the Golden Toad Hierarch to pull them out. If it was a normal battle, Wei Zhentian, who was at the Undying Soul Realm, would at most be able to draw with the Golden Toad Hierarch. However, the Golden Toad Hierarch was too anxious and careless. That was why he was hit by Wei Zhentian's attack. However, there was a limit to Wei Zhentian's growth. With so many spears, the thickness of the bell would be reduced. Seeing this, the Scorpion God's eyes lit up and he immediately rushed out. Deity-slaying spike. The Scorpion God's tail suddenly pierced out. Its power was even stronger than the 8 spider spears. He was prepared to pierce through Wei Zhentian and stop Ghost Dome Great Emperor at the same time. As the big brother, Wei Zhentian naturally had to protect his younger brother. He immediately removed the other side of his defense and used all his strength to block this attack. Wei Zhentian, don't move. Yi Xian's voice suddenly rang out. Wei Zhentian, who was about to transform into a shield, suddenly stopped. Then, he saw a space crack open on the side of the evil god and the Scorpion God's tail pierced in. Crack. With a crisp sound, the Scorpion God's tail pierced an ally's body. This person was the Golden Toad Hierarch who was locked by Wei Zhentian's barbs. The Scorpion God's tail pierced through the back of his head. The Golden Toad sect leader was dead. The evil god actually killed his own people by mistake. That was really comical. Although the Golden Toad School's hierarch did not die during Yi Xian, the amount of killing intent and the soul formation was just a drop in the bucket. The Golden Toad Hierarch's head was pierced through and his soul instantly left his body. At this moment, an attack pierced through space and struck the Golden Toad Hierarch's soul. Although there was no killing intent, there was the Elegy of Souls buff. Unfortunately, due to the difference in cultivation between the Ghost Dome Great Emperor and the Golden Toad Sect Master, the buff was not much. Yi Xian, who was dealing with the sky spiders, quickly flew over and collected the shrunken corpse of the Golden Toad Sect leader, including the interspatial ring. This Golden Toad Schoolmaster was one of the top 5 people in the 5 Poison Realm. Naturally, his wealth would not be low. However, he had a soul seed, so the items in the Ring of Cosmos weren't everything. Even so, it was enough for Yi Xian and the others to increase their cultivation by quite a bit. At the same time, the space crack suddenly closed, directly cutting off the Scorpion God's long tail. Wah, I'm going to kill you. The evil god had gone crazy. He and the Golden Toad Schoolmaster had been good friends for tens of thousands of years. They had gone through life and death together. They had fought together in the glazed light sacred ground. It was not easy for them to develop to this stage, but now, they were interrupted by Yi Xian. At this moment, his heart had already collapsed. Even if he had to die, he would kill Yi Xian. Go to hell. The evil god roared. He did not care about anything else and directly rushed towards Yi Xian. With just you? Yi Xian's eyes flickered as he quickly retreated. Although he had killed the Golden Toad schoolmaster, there was no other way. If he killed the evil God Society master as well, the other two inside might come out and kill him. However, he was thinking too much. After the 1,000-foot sect master and the Snake Shadow sect master saw the Golden Toad schoolmaster die, they naturally could not sit still and directly charged out. Although the 5 Poison Divines sect had spent a lot of effort to build this soul array, just the offerings alone exceeded 50 million. However, now that the Sky Spider had broken through to the 6th layer of the Undying Soul realm, they could sweep through the entire 100-beast realm. When the time comes, they just need to capture some more offerings to build another soul array. Right now, it was more important to kill Yi Xian. As expected, when the last Snake Shadow sect master left the array, the black light pillar suddenly exploded. Soul power instantly spread out and dissipated between heaven and earth. Damn it! Yi Xian jumped in fright and could not help but curse. Now that there was no one in the soul array, who was going to support it? Since that was the case, the Ghost Dome Great Emperor did not need to absorb any more soul power. Kill! After the Ghost Dome Great Emperor and Wei Zhentian received the order, they immediately intercepted the 1,000-foot sect master and the Snake Shadow sect master. Now, it was 4 against 4. However, in a 4 against 4 situation, Yi Xian was not afraid of his opponents. Brat, I will kill you! The evil god roared. His body suddenly began to transform like the Golden Toad schoolmaster. However, he was different from the Golden Toad schoolmaster. At the same time, his appearance also changed. In the blink of an eye, the evil god transformed into a huge scorpion. Yi Xian had already dealt with the evil god society before. It was when he was fighting for the second eye of Myriad. Lu Tiangong's ex-wife said that she often dreamed of kneeling and worshipping a huge black scorpion. And this huge black scorpion was actually the evil god. Although the evil god was from the scorpion race, he used a unique ability to transform into a huge black scorpion. Before Yi Xian could react, a pair of huge pincers clamped towards him. So what if you become bigger? See if I don't kill you. Yi Xian widened his eyes and rushed over. Crack! Crack! The pair of huge pincers clamped twice, but did not manage to clamp down on Yi Xian. At this moment, Yi Xian's eyes suddenly flashed. In an instant, he passed through a spatial crack in front of him and entered the evil god's body. The environment inside the soul formation was very stable. It was impossible to tear through space at will. However, this evil god was only at the 5th stage Undying Soul realm. He could not resist the power of space before reaching the Heaven Ascension realm. Now that Yi Xian had entered his body, he realized that he was done for. Although there were some deadly poisonous scorpions in the evil god's body, they were not a threat to Yi Xian. Whoosh! 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 One after another, the void flame sword waves tore through the air and landed on the evil god's body. The evil god was in so much pain that he let out a shocking roar. Unicorn's true chi had the effect of burning the world. Every time the void flame sword waves attacked, they would leave behind a wisp of flame. In an instant, the evil god's body was on fire. Then Yi Xian quickly rushed in another direction, where the evil god's head was. Chapter 1595. F***CK, so ruthless. Yi Xian cursed. The pincers were right in front of him. If not for his quick reaction, he would have been caught. The self-harming evil god quickly returned to his original form. However, his lower body was already cut off by himself. His scorpion tail was also gone, leaving only his upper body. Originally, when he used his special ability, his combat strength would be increased by a level. Moreover, his shell was very hard. However, he was too angry and forgot about this. Fortunately, this time, he only lost the lower half of his body. I'll kill you. With only half of his body left, the evil god rushed towards Yi Xian again. However, at this moment, the Ghost Dome Great Emperor and Wei Zhentian, who were holding back the 1,000 Feet sect leader and the Snake Shadow sect leader, suddenly disappeared. Immediately after, they appeared beside the evil god. What? The evil god was shocked. In the next moment, he was welcomed by the Ghost Dome Great Emperor's huge sword. Clang! The evil god used the huge sword in his hand to block it. However, the Ghost Dome Great Emperor's sword was full of strength. The evil god was sent flying towards Wei Zhentian. Coincidentally, Wei Zhentian had already turned into a green dragon and grabbed the evil god with his claw. It's over. The evil god's expression changed. He was actually captured. This was not a good sign. As expected, just as this thought flashed through his mind, the space beside his head suddenly tore open. Swish! The evil god's head was cut open by the space crack and he instantly died. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. A system notification sounded. Following that, a void flame sword wave wiped out the evil god's soul. Whether the evil god had a soul seed or not, it had nothing to do with Yi Xian. After all, a soul seed's revival was not something that could be done overnight. At least, it was calculated in years. At the same time, before the evil god died, Yi Xian activated the killing feast and directly increased the buff by 30%. Now, it was 4 against 3. The sky spider who was entangled by the old tree saw the golden toad sect leader and the evil god sect leader die one after another. He was so angry that he gritted his teeth. You actually killed Toad and Scorpion. I'll kill you all. The sky spider roared angrily at the sky. He abandoned the old tree and rushed toward Yi Xian. You want to leave? Have you asked for my permission? The old tree snorted and instantly stood in front of the sky spider. There was a difference of 3 realms between him and the heavenly spider. The latter's battle prowess was superior, and it was already very difficult for the old tree to hold him back for even a moment. The sky spider had also predicted that the old tree would appear in front of it in a flash. The 8th spider spear instantly pierced through the old tree's body when it appeared. Then, with a ripping sound, the old tree died once again. Ding! The spirit of ashes has died. Ding! The spirit of ashes has been revived. However, what made the sky spider feel helpless was that the old tree was resurrected once again. Furthermore, it appeared behind the snake's shadow hierarch. Not only that, but Ghost Dome Great Emperor and Wei Zhentian also did the same. They instantly surrounded 1,000-foot sect leader and snake shadow sect leader. Hoo hoo hoo. 3 gusts of wind howled. The 1,000-foot sect leader used his centipede legs to surround himself and blocked Wei Zhentian's dragon tail attack. However, the weakest of the 5 sect leaders, Snake's shadow hierarch, was not so lucky. First, he was struck by the old tree's fist. Then, half of his head was cut off by the Ghost Dome Great Emperor's Ghost Dome Great Emperor's Ghost Dome Great Emperor. Fortunately, he managed to avoid a fatal blow. The only part that was cut was his nose, but his brain was still intact. However, a spatial tear suddenly tore open. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. The Snake's shadow hierarch died tragically after the Cthulhuism hierarch. Now, it was 4 against 2. In a situation of 4 against 4, 2 of them were killed. Now that it was 4 against 2, how could they win? Sky Spider, quickly leave. Since we all have soul seeds, we can revive at the same place. The 1,000-foot sect leader suddenly shouted. The 4 of them were all at the 5th stage of the undying soul realm and had condensed soul seeds. Even if their souls were destroyed, they could still use the soul seeds hidden somewhere to revive. However, the sky spider had already broken through to the 6th stage of the undying soul realm. The 5th stage soul seed had no effect on him. If his soul was destroyed now, then he would really die. When the sky spider heard this, he couldn't help but pause. His head quickly turned. The 4 of them all had soul seeds. As long as they had 1,000 years to revive, they would not really die. As long as the green hills last, there will be firewood. Leave. The sky spider made a prompt decision. As a 6th stage undying soul realm expert, he was actually scared away by a junior like Yi Xian. He was really a coward. It was a pity that Yi Xian had already placed a death pursuit order on him. Even if the sky spider ran to the ends of the earth, he would not be able to escape Yi Xian's pursuit. Deal with him first. Yi Xian gave the three of them an order. As long as the 1,000-foot sect leader was killed, then only the sky spider sect leader would be left. The chain of random missions was finally about to be completed. The 1,000-foot sect leader's defensive abilities were not bad. It was a pity that he had encountered Yi Xian, who had the Eye of Space. Soon, the 1,000-foot sect leader also fell, his soul destroyed. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. When Yi Xian took his interspatial ring, his aura skyrocketed. Now, only the sky spider sect leader was left. The sky spider sect leader who was escaping was very fast. However, could he be faster than the old tree who was using remnant flames? Whoosh! 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 The old tree continued to use remnant flames to chase after the sky spider. Yi Xian also followed suit. There was a confident smile on his face because he knew that the sky spider would not be able to escape no matter what. Don't forget that before he killed his way into the 5 poison divine sect, he had already explored all 5 entrances and left a void tracker at each of them. The sky spider still wanted to escape. Eye of the Void. At this time, Yi Xian suddenly opened a void door and appeared in front of the sky spider. Ghost Dome Great Emperor and Wei Zhentian immediately rushed out. What? The sky spider was shocked. There was a wolf behind and a tiger in front. No matter how he escaped, Yi Xian and the others could kill him. Without waiting for the sky spider to speak, Ghost Dome Great Emperor, Wei Zhentian, and the old tree surrounded him. Bang! 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 In an instant, the 4 of them began to fight. Yi Xian stood in the distance, attacking with the void flame sword wave while looking for an opportunity to kill the sky spider with the Eye of Space. As long as the sky spider was killed, the 5th round of the chain random mission would be completed. At that time, he would be able to obtain a good reward. Although the sky spider was at the 6th layer of the Undying Soul Realm, which was 3 layers higher than the old tree's trio, it was not like the old tree's trio had not surpassed it before, so the sky spider was quickly suppressed. I can't die, I definitely can't die, the sky spider thought to himself. He had broken through to the 6th layer of the Undying Soul Realm, so the hidden soul seed could not be revived. Chapter 1596. Unfortunately, the sky spider was at his wit's end, while Yi Xian still had a few trump cards up his sleeve. Since victory was at hand, Yi Xian did not hold back anymore. He looked at the sky spider, who was at the end of his rope, and quickly approached. Unicorn Descend. A flaming hoof formed directly on the sky spider's head, and then came crashing down. Bam! The sky spider was entangled by the old tree, so he could not dodge at all and was hit by the hoof. Before he could react, another hoof came crashing down. If the sky spider had not defended himself with all his might, he would have been turned into ashes by now. At this time, his combat power had dropped to 60%. Even the old tree could kill him alone. Who are you? The sky spider knew that he was done for and could not help but ask again. He at least wanted to know who killed him. Since you asked so sincerely, I will be merciful and tell you. My surname is Lu, and my name is Rinjia. When Yi Xian finished speaking, the Ghost Dome Great Emperor was already holding the Ghost Dome Great Emperor and the heaven-shaking great sword, slamming down hard. Smack! The sky spider's head was hit by the 2 great swords, and instantly exploded. His soul left his body. At that moment, he quickly left. This was his last life-saving straw. If his soul could leave safely, then he could be resurrected. However, Yi Xian had already wiped out many souls just now. Could he escape? Whoosh! The sky spider's soul was hit by the void flame sword wave, and then burned to ashes, dissipating between heaven and earth. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. Ding! Host has completed the 5th round of the chain random mission. Ding. Host can choose 4 out of the 5 rewards below. Hearing this, Yi Xian's eyes could not help but light up. He was right. There were a total of 5 rounds in this chain random mission, so the rewards must be good. Reward 1, Unicorn level up once. Reward 2, Unicorn level up once. Reward 3, Rising from the Ashes level up once. Reward 4, Shadow Step level up once. Reward 5, 2 Bottles of Blessings. These were the 5 rewards for this random chain mission. Yi Xian could choose 4 out of these 5 rewards. When Yi Xian saw the list of rewards, he was dumbfounded. He was really lucky. All the rewards were practical advancements. First was Unicorn's Descent. This evolution alone cost 2 Devour points. As long as Unicorn's Descent evolved again, he would be able to stomp on it 3 times the next time he used Unicorn's Descent. The Unicorn True Chi could increase the attack power and resistance of flames, as well as the effect of burning the world. Not bad. Rising from the Ashes was used to restore speed and poison resistance. At the same time, it could also increase fire attack power and fire resistance, which was not bad. As for Shadow Steps, it was slightly inferior. After all, Yi Xian was no longer in a hurry. The last reward was 2 bottles of Blessings. Together with the previous one, the heaven-shaking sword would have 3 points of luck. At the same time, Yi Xian would also have 3 points of luck. Sometimes, luck was very useful. For example, he had insta-killed the icebound general in the Heavenly Peak prison. At this time, Yi Xian had already made his choice. But before that, he suddenly remembered something. Right, Unicorn's Descent. I just used it. Thinking of this, Yi Xian quickly put away the heavenly spider's yin and yang ring and devoured the items. Ding, Host has broken through. Currently at Undying Soul Stage 2. Ding, Hui Jin's spirit has broken through. Currently at Undying Soul Stage 4. Ding, Wei Zhentian has broken through. Currently at Undying Soul Stage 4. Ding, Ghost Dome Emperor has broken through. Currently at Undying Soul Stage 4. After devouring the yin and yang ring of the 5 poison sect's strongest heavenly spider, Yi Xian and the others broke through again. Unfortunately, these people all had soul seeds, so they must have hidden the good stuff. If not, Yi Xian would probably be at Undying Soul Stage 3, or even Undying Soul Stage 4. After devouring so many things, Unicorn's Descent's cooldown was also restored to 60%. Once Unicorn's Descent was upgraded, the cooldown would be more difficult to restore, so it was better to restore it earlier. After obtaining this skill, Yi Xian had the ability to store up cooldown materials in case of emergency. Of course, when necessary, he would still need to devour to increase his cultivation. Then, Yi Xian began to choose his rewards. Unicorn's Descent, Unicorn's True Energy, Rebirth from the Ashes, and Oil of Blessing. These were his choices. Presumably, if it were anyone else, they would not choose Shadow Steps. Ding, Unicorn's Descent has advanced. Ding, Unicorn's True Energy has advanced. Ding, Rebirth from the Ashes has advanced. Ding, Host has obtained 2 bottles of Oil of Blessing. 4 system notifications sounded in succession. Yi Xian felt that his strength had increased by a lot. The next time Unicorn's Descent was to use 3 Devour points to advance. However, after advancing, he could summon the entire unicorn. Yi Xian was looking forward to it. He did not know how powerful the unicorn would be after he summoned it. But then again, now that the 5 poison sect leaders were dead, and the 5 poison sect was almost destroyed, they were no longer a threat to the 100 Beast region. Even if the Cthulhuism sect leader, the Golden Toad sect leader, the 1,000-legged sect leader, and the Snake Shadow sect leader used their soul seeds to revive, it would take at least 100 years. It had nothing to do with him. Not to mention 100 years, at this rate, he would be able to break through to the Heaven Ascension stage in a year. At that time, he would not be afraid of those Undying Soul stage scumbags. Now that the matter is settled, I'll return to the front line and kill all the 5 poison sect members. Then I'll have Huingbua continue to decipher the heaven-loathed fox bloodline, Yi Xian thought to himself. He walked around the entire 5 poison sect, found some hidden interspatial rings, and left immediately. This time, he had gained a lot. Aside from the chain random mission rewards and the increase in cultivation level, even the Ghost Dome Great Emperor's Elegy of Souls had increased to 90%. It was a huge gain. Now, he was going back to the 100 Beast region to let Huingbua continue studying the heaven-loathing fox bloodline. When he first came, he was only an Undying Body Stage 9. Now, he was an Undying Soul Stage 2 Undying Soul Stage. His speed was very fast, and it only took him a little more than a day to reach the border. Coincidentally, some Fox clan members were coming over, and Yi Xian bumped into them. "Greetings, Lord." A few experts at the second level of the Undying Soul realm respectfully greeted Yi Xian when they saw him. "Where is your ancestor now?" Yi Xian asked. "The 5 poison beasts have all been cleaned up. The ancestor and the others have returned to the city of beasts to discuss the matter of attacking the 5 poison sect," said one of the Fox clan experts. "Oh, I've already destroyed the 5 poison sect. Do as you please." After saying that, Yi Xian broke through the void and returned to the hidden teleportation formation. He then teleported back to the city of beasts. As for the poisonous fog, it was also absorbed by a special immortal artifact. When Yi Xian returned to the teleportation palace in the city of beasts, he felt a powerful aura coming from the 100 Beast Palace. Chapter 1597. When the guards at the entrance saw Yi Xian, they were stunned. However, Yi Xian was an outsider and there was a strategy meeting going on inside, so they went in to report. As the savior of the 100 Beast territory, Yi Xian could enter the 100 Beast Hall. That little brother is back. Thanks to little brother's antidote blood, we were able to disperse the poison fog and eliminate those 5 poison beasts. Those 5 poison beasts must have been cultivated by the 5 poison divine sect at a great cost. Now that 5 of them are dead, the 5 poison divine sect should restrain themselves. The various patriarchs discussed. Huingbua also came up and asked, "Yi Xian, I heard that you went to the 5 poison divine sect and destroyed several branches." He was worried about Yi Xian before, but now that Yi Xian was back, he was relieved. "That's right, I destroyed many branches of the 5 poison divine sect. Not only that, I even destroyed the 5 poison divine sect." Yi Xian took out 5 corpses from the devouring space. What? Everyone was shocked when they heard this. The 5 poison divine sect was destroyed? These corpses, Huingbua was the closest to the corpses. He sensed that these corpses' cultivation was not lower than his when they were alive. Could it be, these corpses belonged to the 5 sect masters of the 5 poison divine sect? Among them, the Sky Spider sect master had broken through to the 6th stage of the Undying Soul realm. Yi Xian said slowly. Boom! His words set off a commotion in the 100 Beast Hall. The corpses belonged to the 5 sect masters of the 5 poison divine sect. Among them, the Sky Spider sect master was at the 6th stage of the Undying Soul realm. How was that possible? You really destroyed the 5 poison divine sect? The cat ancestor flashed over and sensed for herself. Sure enough, these corpses' cultivation was not lower than hers. This time, Yi Xian did not intend to answer. He took out a floating image crystal. This crystal recorded the scene of the 5 poison divine sect, including the hundreds of thousands of corpses. 5 poison divine sect, I'll help you exterminate it. You can go and exterminate those sections. If you really want to thank me, then give me something as a reward. The corners of Yi Xian's mouth curled up slightly. He would not let go of this opportunity to extort him. The 5 poison territory and the 100 beast territory had been enemies for tens of thousands of years. Who would have thought that the 5 poison territory would be destroyed by Yi Xian today? This also resolved the crisis of the 100 beast territory. From now on, the people of the 100 Beasts region could move to the 5 poison realm. Moreover, the cat ancestor and the others could force the 5 beasts to change their faith and become their followers. When the crowd heard this, they still could not believe it for a long time. However, this had nothing to do with Yi Xian. Yi Xian said to Hu Yingbua, "Senior, now that the matter is settled, you can study the heaven-loathing fox bloodline in peace." Now that the 5 poison divines sect was destroyed, Hu Yingbua could study the heaven-loathed fox bloodline in peace and find a way to avoid the heavenly tribulation. However, just as Yi Xian finished speaking, a cat expert suddenly ran into the 100-beast palace and whispered something in the cat ancestor's ear. When the cat ancestor heard this, his expression changed greatly. Immediately, he revealed a look of joy. "Your wife has been resurrected." The cat ancestor could not hide his joy as he told Hu Yingbua. "What?" When the words came out, everyone was shocked. The fox ancestor was finally resurrected? Really? Hu Yingbua was shocked and could not help but ask. "That's right. She was resurrected first and will be here soon. However, the leopard emperor is still in the process of being resurrected." The cat ancestor said solemnly. Today was one happy day after another. Not only was the 5 poison divine sect destroyed, but even the fox ancestor, who had been dead for 100 years, was resurrected. Soon, the crowd saw a graceful figure walking into the 100-beast palace. It was a white-robed woman with 9 white fox tails behind her. Her cultivation level was at the undying soul realm. This person was the recently resurrected fox ancestor, Hu Lingqing. When Hu Yingbua saw her, he immediately rushed over. After all, Hu Lingqing was his wife. When Yi Xian saw the fox ancestor, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. He originally thought that he would have to rely on Hu Yingbua. Now that Hu Lingqing was resurrected, the chances of success were much higher. The 5 poison divine sect was destroyed and the fox ancestor was resurrected. Therefore, Yi Xian was not in a hurry. He first let the fox ancestor and Hu Yingbua catch up. After all, they had not seen each other for 100 years. However, Luoluo's father had come to find the fox ancestor. Yi Xian had searched the entire fox clan, but no one knew him. This was somewhat regrettable. The 5 poison divine sect was destroyed by Yi Xian. In a way, he had saved the 100-beast region. Therefore, the various large clans gathered a large amount of treasures and gave them to Yi Xian as a reward. This time, although Yi Xian's cultivation level did not increase, the cooldown of Unicorn's descent was restored. As for the resurrected fox ancestor, after a few days of catching up with Hu Yingbua, he came to help Luoluo study the heaven-loathed fox bloodline. Hu Lingqing was 1 realm higher than Hu Yingbua. Her bloodline was also more noble than Hu Yingbua's. Therefore, she made more discoveries than Hu Yingbua. Yi Xian waited in the secret room. As long as he could succeed, he would not mind waiting half a year. After all, he was not in a hurry. However, on the 10th day of Hu Lingqing's research. "Senior, how is it?" Yi Xian could not help but ask. He had been asking once a day for the past few days. "I have a way, but I'm afraid I'll have to let the little girl reincarnate once more to suppress the heaven-loathed fox bloodline." Hu Lingqing said to Yi Xian. "You have a way? But she has to reincarnate once?" Yi Xian asked with a frown. "Yes, my hidden spirit fox bloodline is second only to the heaven-loathed fox bloodline. In addition to my cultivation level, I have a 90% chance of suppressing it. Even if it doesn't succeed, it will only be reincarnation once." Hu Lingqing nodded. Luoluo was only 17 years old. To someone like her who had lived for tens of thousands of years, this was just a blink of an eye. Even if it failed, it was nothing. She would just have to grow again, a 90% chance. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and looked at Luoluo. Luoluo was very happy to hear that there was a way, but she was also a little hesitant. After all, she still had half a year to wait. Therefore, they decided to wait first. Yi Xian's second clone was still in the land of reincarnation. He communicated with Hu Xing'er, but to Yi Xian's surprise, Hu Xing'er agreed immediately. Of course, this was on the premise that Luoluo also agreed. Then, Yi Xian told Luoluo about Hu Xing'er's decision. Mother agreed? Luoluo muttered. At this time, Hu Lingqing suddenly said, you still have half a year. I have a 90% chance now, but as time passes, the heaven-loathed fox bloodline in your body will gradually awaken. When that time comes, I don't know how confident I will be. Yi Xian and Luoluo were shocked when they heard this. When the heavenly tribulation was near, the heaven-loathed fox bloodline in Luoluo's body would definitely be on a different level. When that time came, the difficulty would definitely increase. Chapter 1598. Simply put, it was best to make a decision as soon as possible. Otherwise, the success rate would decrease. Yi Xian originally wanted to raise his cultivation level and help Luoluo get through this crisis. But now, it seemed like he didn't have time. He might be able to break through to the Heaven Ascension realm in a few months, but what if he couldn't suppress the heaven-loathing fox bloodline? Then, wouldn't Luoluo have to reincarnate? But then, it would just be an ordinary reincarnation. Okay, I've decided. Luoluo thought about it and replied. Yi Xian didn't say anything. After all, this was Luoluo's decision. But although she had already decided, Luoluo still returned to the land of reincarnation through the planting space and stayed with Hu Xing'er for a few days. 3 days later, she returned and prepared to reincarnate. The previous person who helped her reincarnate was Hu Xing'er, who was at the peak of the 9th level of the samsara realm. This time, the person who helped her reincarnate was Hu Lingqing, who had the hidden spirit fox bloodline and was at the 5th level of the undying soul realm. As long as she succeeded this time, Luoluo wouldn't need to fear the heavenly tribulation when she was 18 years old. And if Yi Xian was given 18 years, he might be able to fight against the heavens. By then, he would definitely have a solution. Fortunately, Luoluo's physical body was at the 3rd level of the undying soul realm. Otherwise, it would be difficult for her to reincarnate. As for the reincarnation ceremony, it wasn't complicated. The location was in the secret room. Hu Lingqing, who had the hidden spirit fox bloodline, used her own methods on Luoluo's soul and helped her reincarnate. Ding! Hu Lingqing is trying to help Luoluo reincarnate. Do you agree? Luoluo was Yi Xian's possession. If someone wanted to do anything to her, they had to get Yi Xian's permission. Yi Xian paused when he heard the notification. Then, he said in his mind, agree. Hua. Luoluo, who was standing in the middle of the secret room, suddenly fell to the ground. But before that, a strange energy suddenly appeared in her head. This energy wasn't Luoluo's soul, but the reincarnation intent. This reincarnation intent doesn't need to wander between heaven and earth. It can enter the pregnant person's body. Hu Lingqing took out a lantern and placed the reincarnation intent into it. Thank you, Senior. Yi Xian took the lantern and looked at the will of samsara within it. He sighed slightly. The matter had finally come to an end. Next, he had to insert the will of samsara into the body of a pregnant woman. Yi Xian had originally thought of the land of reincarnation or the fox tribe. However, the people of the fox tribe were of high realms and the fox tribe bloodline was too thick. It was easy for them to break Hu Lingqing's seal. Land of Reincarnation's 100 Fox Manor was the same. Hence, Yi Xian immediately had an idea, which was Blood Rock Continent's Silverwing City. The Silverwing City Master was Luoluo's father in this life. It shouldn't be difficult for him to find a pregnant fox tribe woman. The environment there was extremely poor. Originally, the Bloodstone continent did not even have a manifestation realm expert. Previously, Silverwing City's city lord had only been a prime. His bloodline density was extremely low. At that time, Hu Xing'er had also carried this idea and found the Bloodstone continent. Yi Xian immediately sent the lantern containing Luoluo's will of samsara into the planting space. He also did the same for Luoluo's physical body. He was prepared to bring it back to Hu Xing'er. Then, his second clone in the land of reincarnation's 100 Fox Manor took it out. Senior, I'll leave Luoluo's physical body to you. I'll return to the Bloodstone continent to help Luolua's birth. After Yi Xian handed Luolua's physical body to Hu Xing'er, he immediately set off for the Bloodstone continent. The Eye of the Void, which had been upgraded to the Immortal Eye level, could locate more than 10 times. With his current realm, he could directly break through the void from the land of reincarnation to the Lu family's teleportation array. However, what surprised him was that he had just returned to the Penglai sacred land when something happened that made him pale with fright. Whoosh! Yi Xian used the Lu family's teleportation array to teleport back to the Penglai sacred land. However, just as he landed, something strange happened. Kacha! The lantern in the planting space suddenly shattered. Then, the will of samsara appeared out of thin air. Yi Xian was shocked. It happened so suddenly that even he couldn't react in time. While he was still in shock, Luolua's will of samsara suddenly flew out of the landing point and headed north. What? Yi Xian's eyes widened. He immediately chased after it. His original body and clone shared the same realm. Although his second clone had been guarding Lianyan City, it was already at the undying stage 2 soul realm. But his speed was actually far from catching up to the speed of the samsara while sweeping away. In an instant, the will of samsara disappeared into the horizon. F***ck, what's going on? Why did Luolua's will of samsara suddenly fly away? Yi Xian couldn't imagine what had happened to him. After all, Luoluo had already turned into the will of samsara. She couldn't control it at all. There must be an external force involved to attract Luolua's will of samsara. Could it be the Eye of Reincarnation? Damn it! Yi Xian cursed. He would kill whoever dared to absorb Luolua's will of samsara. However, the will of samsara was so fast that he couldn't catch up with it. Moreover, he didn't have any clues. This was troublesome. Old Immortal Tianju. Yes, I should ask Old Immortal Tianju. Yi Xian suddenly thought of someone. He immediately broke through the void and came to the cross-realm teleportation gate that led to Blood Rock Continent. After returning to Blood Rock Continent, he flew back to Lianyan City and rushed to Wasteland. This series of actions took less than 2 seconds. He was already a frequent visitor to Wasteland. After entering, he immediately used his spiritual awareness. Before he could speak, Old Immortal Tianju's voice sounded. Come in. Yi Xian quickly entered the light pillar and found Old Immortal Tianju. What's the matter? Old Immortal Tianju couldn't help but ask when he saw Yi Xian. Yi Xian was already at the undying stage 2 soul realm. However, he still couldn't see through Old Immortal Tianju. It seemed that Old Immortal Tianju was really at the ascending heaven realm. Senior, it's like this. Yi Xian quickly told him what had just happened. After listening, Old Immortal Tianju raised his eyebrows and said, the will of samsara left on its own. North? He was also a little surprised. This kind of thing should not happen very often. He sensed for a moment. In the end, his old eyes widened. This. Old Immortal Tianju was stunned. He couldn't believe it and thought to himself, how did it go there? Senior, how is it? Yi Xian noticed that Old Immortal Tianju's expression was a little strange and asked anxiously. You don't have to worry about the will of samsara being absorbed. She's very safe. She just had a fortuitous encounter. Old Immortal Tianju replied. Fortuitous encounter? A will of samsara has a fortuitous encounter? Chapter 1599. I can't tell you the details, but she went to the center of the Penglai sacred land and will be born soon. If you want to find her, go to the Penglai goblin tribe, Elder Immortal Tianju said. The center of the Penglai sacred land, the Penglai goblin tribe. How did Luoluo get born there? Yi Xian didn't know, but he was relieved when Elder Immortal Tianju said that Luoluo was safe. But what about the heaven-loathing fox bloodline? You don't have to worry, her goblin tribe bloodline might overpower the fox tribe bloodline. Elder Immortal Tianju saw the doubt on Yi Xian's face and added. In this way, Yi Xian was completely at ease. It seemed that Luo Luo had encountered a good thing, much better than being born in an ordinary fox tribe bloodline. He just didn't know what Elder Immortal Tianju was talking about. "Thank you, Elder, I will take my leave." Yi Xian thanked him and left. Elder Immortal Tianju waited for Yi Xian to leave, then looked into the distance and suddenly shed 2 streams of tears. Yi Xian, who had rushed into the vast wilderness with fear, came out with peace of mind. At the same time, his clone in the Lu Guang's sacred land told Hu Xing what happened. Hu Xing was shocked when she heard that her daughter suddenly flew away, but with the assurance of an expert, it wasn't a problem. However, Elder Immortal Tianju only said that Luo Luo was born in the Penglai Goblin tribe. Penglai Sacred Land. Penglai Goblin tribe. It was inevitable that the two were related. Yi Xian guessed that the Penglai Goblin tribe was the master of the Penglai Sacred Land. Yi Xian's plan was to bring Luolua's reincarnation willpower back to the Blood Rock continent and bring it back to Lianyan City or 100 Fox Manor after Luolua was reborn. Now that there was a sudden change, it seemed that he had to look for the Penglai Goblin tribe. Immediately, his original body and first doppelganger quickly returned to the Penglai Sacred Land and headed north. As for the second clone, he continued to stay in Lianyan City to take care of things. This journey took 7 days. During these 7 days, he had also investigated the Penglai Demon tribe. The Penglai Demon tribe was one of the great overlords of the Penglai Holy Land. The center of the Penglai Demon tribe was the place where the true experts resided. At this time, Yi Xian had already arrived at the center of Penglai through the teleportation array. The center of Penglai was dominated by the Demon clan. There were not many humans, but under normal circumstances, the Demon clan maintained their human form, which was more convenient. Yi Xian had come into contact with the demon race before. They were a very powerful race. Even if they couldn't defeat them in their human form, they could still transform into their true form. They were much stronger than Tong Tian beasts. Therefore, Yi Xian had to be more careful this time. After pondering for a moment, Yi Xian quickly entered the center of the Penglai Sacred Land. Although Luo Luo had left her physical body, she was still Yi Xian's physical body. The system didn't remove the master-servant relationship between her and Yi Xian, so Yi Xian could still sense Luo Luo. However, it was very weak and he could only barely sense her direction. Therefore, she was probably very far away. However, this was already very good. This made Yi Xian feel at ease. Luolua's direction was slightly north of the Penglai Sacred Land, so Yi Xian directly rushed in that direction. It had to be said that compared to the center of the Penglai Sacred Land, the 100 Beast territory was very barren. After Yi Xian stepped into this territory, he relied on the Eye of Revelation and found many heavenly treasures. After rushing for half a day, his harvest was comparable to the Qian Kuan Ring of the Undying Soul Realm. Of course, this was all thanks to the Eye of Revelation. If it was an ordinary person, it wouldn't have been easy to find. The center of the Penglai Sacred Land was rich, but it was also very dangerous. After all, this place was not on the same level as the 5 Poison territory and the 100 Beast territory. 6th stage Undying Soul Realm cultivators were not rare here. If he walked a little further, he would probably be able to see them. Yi Xian was now thinking of leveling up all the way. However, just half a day after he entered the center of the Penglai Demon clan, a sudden loud rumble attracted his attention. Is someone fighting? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and couldn't help but stop in his tracks. He decided to go and take a look. If there was a battle, there would be death. This was an opportunity for him to take advantage of. However, when he got closer, he realized that the people fighting were not weak. They were at least 4th stage Undying Soul Realm cultivators. The strongest was even 6th stage Undying Soul Realm cultivators. The center of the Penglai Sacred Land was indeed not to be underestimated. As far as the eye could see, Yi Xian saw 2 groups of people fighting. There were also some huge figures fighting in the sky. Giant dragons and sky dragons? Yi Xian was a little surprised. He saw that the huge figures were sky dragons and giant dragons. However, the sky dragons were fighting with the giant dragons. Coincidentally, some of the people fighting suddenly transformed into their original forms. Some transformed into giant dragons, and some transformed into sky dragons. What is this situation? Are the two clans fighting? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. He could join in a battle of this level. However, it seemed that there was no need for him to do so now. Moreover, the situation was one-sided. The sky dragons were not the giant dragons' opponents at all and were directly suppressed. The corpses on the ground were all sky dragons' corpses. Demonic Dragon Palace, it's fine that you betrayed my Pinglai demon clan, but you actually helped those evil holy lands. Even if I die, I will kill you all. An old man roared at the sky. Humph, you sky dragons are a bunch of stubborn old men. You want to kill me? It won't be that easy. A young man on the giant dragon's side sneered. Both of them were 6th-stage Undying Soul Realm cultivators. Their strength was not much different. However, the rest of the sky dragon's side could not hold on for long. As people died, the giant dragon's side gained more and more advantage. It was estimated that in another 10 seconds, the sky dragon's side would be destroyed. In the distance, Yi Xian was carefully observing the battle. Anyway, this matter had nothing to do with him. However, he could hear from the old man's words that the giant dragons seemed to be traitors and had joined forces with other evil holy lands. Compared to the sky dragon's side, they were considered evil. It seemed that Yi Xian had also found an opportunity to make a move. Evil holy lands, are they referring to the holy lands outside of the Pinglai holy lands? Yi Xian secretly said in his heart. However, he had only heard of the Pinglai holy lands and the glazed light holy lands, as well as the mini sky dragon's life holy land. As for those evil holy lands, he had never heard of them. However, at this moment, ding, the host has triggered the Dragon Slayer title mission. The first round of the mission is to kill 10,000 giant dragons of the same level. A system prompt suddenly sounded. Hearing this, Yi Xian could not help but raise his eyebrows. What the hell was a title mission? This was the first time he had encountered such a mission. However, when he saw the attributes of the Dragon Slayer title, he could not help but gulp. Chapter 1600. Dragon Slayer title. Increase all attributes of the host by 30% and double the damage to dragons. This effect was very good. Not only was the damage to dragons doubled, but there was also a 30% increase in all attributes. This was enough for Yi Xian to do his best. But where the hell was he going to find 10,000 dragons of the same level? But at this time, he realized that it was not necessary to kill 10,000 dragons of the same level. If he killed high-level dragons, then the number would be reduced. He was currently at the 2nd stage of the Undying Soul Realm. If he wanted to kill a 2nd stage Undying Soul Realm dragon, he would need 10,000. But if he wanted to kill a 3rd stage Undying Soul Realm dragon, he would only need 2,000. 4th level of the Undying Soul Realm, 400. 5th level of the Undying Soul Realm, 80. 6th level of the Undying Soul Realm, 16. Anyway, it was one level higher, so it was equivalent to 5 times the lower level. This way, it was much simpler. It doesn't seem too difficult. Yi Xian thought in his heart, and then directly took out his weapon. More than 10 days had passed since the last battle, and his hands were already itching. At the same time, Old Tree and the other two were the same. They had been rubbing their hands, waiting for Yi Xian's order. Target all dragons, kill. At this time, Yi Xian suddenly shouted in a low voice, and then his whole body burst out. After Old Tree and the other two received the order, they followed closely behind Yi Xian and killed their way out. Unfortunately, the 4th level of the Undying Soul Realm did not attract much attention. There were more than 100 people participating in this battle. If the corpses on the ground were included, the total number was more than 500. Their lowest level was the 4th level of the Undying Soul Realm. What difference would it make if there were more? However, Old Tree and the other two's strength could not be described as normal. The aura of dragons and heavenly dragons was very similar, but relatively speaking, when dragons transformed into human form, their aura was more violent than heavenly dragons. In addition, both sides had differences in clothing, so Old Tree would not kill the wrong person. Canyon. Old Tree was the first to charge in. He flashed to the back of a giant dragon's head and punched out. The Old Tree, who was at the 4th stage of the Undying Soul realm, coupled with the buff from Remnant Flame, was able to explode the head of a giant dragon with a single punch. Bang! The dragon's head exploded, and it died on the spot. The monsters were different from the heaven-span beasts. When the heaven-reaching beasts died, their souls would directly dissipate. However, when the Yao clan died, their souls would only leave their bodies. If they didn't have the means to erase their souls, they could still turn into wandering souls and escape. However, Yi Xian's Nihility Flame Sword Ripple was a growth-type sacred art. Even though he was only at the 2nd level of the Undying Spirit Realm, it was enough to obliterate a 6th-level Undying Spirit Realm soul. Of course, if the Soul Realm was higher, for example, the 8th stage of the Undying Soul Realm, with Yi Xian's current realm, he wouldn't be able to kill him. Who is it? Seeing Old Tree blow up the head of a giant dragon of the same level with a single punch, a nearby sky dragon widened his eyes, not understanding the situation. However, since Old Tree had killed a giant dragon, he should be helping the sky dragons. At this time, Ghost Dome Great Emperor and Wei Zhentian had also entered the battlefield. The two of them cooperated and directly killed a 5th-level Undying Spirit Realm giant dragon. The 6th-level Undying Spirit Realm expert on the giant dragon's side was held back by the sky dragon's old man. Therefore, Yi Xian and the rest didn't need to help for the time being. They would kill the majority first. At the same time, Yi Xian also allowed Ghost Dome Great Emperor to activate his Undying Battle Soul, increasing all his attributes by 2 times. With Old Tree, Ghost Dome Great Emperor, and Wei Zhentian joining the battle, the situation instantly changed. The Sky Dragons, who were originally suppressed, directly felt the pressure reduced by more than half. Not only that, in just a short 5 seconds, dozens of giant dragons had fallen, including 3 5th-level Undying Spirit Realm giant dragons. Who is it? The 6th-level Undying Spirit Realm expert on the giant dragon's side had a gloomy expression. He suddenly had a bad premonition. If these mysterious forces attacked him, he wouldn't be able to stop them. Go! This expert made a prompt decision. After roaring to the sky, he directly transformed into his giant dragon form. Want to leave? Kill him. Yi Xian immediately transmitted a message to Ghost Dome Great Emperor. After activating his Undying Battle Soul, Ghost Dome Great Emperor's strength couldn't be underestimated. Not to mention, this giant dragon at the 6th level of the Undying Soul Realm was equivalent to more than 600 giant dragons at the 2nd level of the Undying Soul Realm. In addition, Yi Xian had already completed a quarter of the title quest. Xiao! Ghost Dome Great Emperor and Wei Zhentian directly flew towards the 6th-level Undying Spirit Realm giant dragon and instantly intercepted him. Get lost! This giant dragon roared to the sky and directly spat out a dragon breath towards Ghost Dome Great Emperor. This giant dragon was a fire dragon of the giant dragon race. With his cultivation realm, the dragon breath he spat out was enough to kill a 5th-level Undying Spirit Realm expert. However, Ghost Dome Great Emperor directly rushed towards the dragon breath with his sword and actually cut it in half. Hoo hoo hoo. Ghost Dome Great Emperor directly rushed into the giant dragon's mouth. After that, a crisp sound was heard as he killed his way out of the giant dragon's head. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. Yi Xian heard the system notification sound from afar. Immediately after, he quickly added a few more slashes. This giant dragon's soul was obliterated, but the elegy of soul's amplification increased by a little. Now that their leader was dead, the rest of the dragons were without a leader, and they immediately dispersed. Unfortunately, how could Yi Xian let them off so easily? In less than a few seconds, all the giant dragons were killed. Yi Xian glanced at the Dragon Slayer title mission and noticed that he had already completed a quarter of it. As for these giant dragons' corpses, Old Tree couldn't refine and Yi Xian couldn't devour them because they were from the demon race. Hence, they were too lazy to care about them. However, Yi Xian naturally wouldn't miss out on their yin and yang rings. Many thanks for everyone's help. This old man is Kuboan. The heavenly dragon race's 6th-stage undying soul realm old man came forward and cupped his fists towards Old Tree. It's fine. He's just a passerby. Yi Xian said slowly and continued to collect the yin and yang rings. This made Kuboan a little surprised. He immediately realized that the one in charge wasn't the Old Tree, but Yi Xian. Your Excellency's strength is amazing. This old man earnestly requests that Your Excellency escort us back to our race. Kuboan went straight to the point. Yi Xian stopped and looked at Kuboan as he said, I don't do things without a reward. Unless you can take out something that interests me. Kuboan paused for a moment. He recalled that he had to inform his superiors as soon as possible. Hence, he gritted his teeth and took out an item from his yin and yang rings. This item was the strange flame lantern that Yi Xian once possessed. Within this strange flame lantern was a red lotus-shaped flame.